match. I know it's away, or win or draw. You know what I mean? But
I
um,
want to win, dude. I'm fed up of not getting
I
a
want to
result
win
at
as well.
Anfield. I want to win
Yeah,
desperately. If we don't get a result at Anfield, I will not be happy. You know, we need to start. We need to start like killing, destroying these curses we have because Anfield at this moment is supposed to be this fortress and shit like that. I want us to go there. You know, even whether we win by the skin of our teeth or we smash him. Either way, I want to win. You know, I
yeah,
think it's fundamental. So
yeah. I couldn't agree more. You know, we need to start. Yeah, kicking ass. We need fucking Thomas Partey back. That guy. You know, we don't play as well without him. He's the one
yeah,
that's
I mean,
always been missing.
even though we've done all right this season without him, I do feel that that solidity he'll bring, like him and Rice
Yeah,
behind Odegaard. That's solid. That's solid right there. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
exactly,
for sure.
exactly. Right. Well, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning from wherever you are. Welcome to the Friday podcast. Uh, the world's gone insane. Let's talk about it. I am hi. Zam is here. We've got some stuff to bring you cheer. Oh, what a rhyme! Eat your heart out,
You're a
Tupac.
poet and you didn't know it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh shit, my camera's blurry. Hang on, it's not
No,
my
it's not
eyesight.
blurry. It's just that you're fucking high. That's all.
No,
I can
is
see in
that
you.
what it
I
is?
can see
Yeah.
in you. I can see in you. Wait, first time I've seen you
No, no, it was
fucking.
blurry to me. Yeah, that's
No, but
why.
your eyes, man. I've never seen your eyes like that before. Fuck me. All
Oh
right.
mate, I'm buzzing, man. I'm good. You know what I mean? I've got a nice buzz going. We've got a few things to talk about today. We're not going to be too heavy on the subject. Well, I think one or two topics might get a bit heavy. But before we get started, we might as well talk about this early on. We've just done our review for Rebel Moon, which go see it, by the way. And you know, save yourself 2.5 hours. Just watch our review instead. But we could talk about Zack Snyder and the fact that that dude just needs to just not be given work ever again. Um, what are your thoughts, Ammo?
I think after everything we've seen him do, I think the most recent thing was okay, but even then that wasn't amazing. That was Justice League, and the fact that he'd done this 4:9 ratio thing was like fucking stupid.
Yeah,
Um, but overall, I think he's lost his magical touch, and he's no different to an abundance directors. I've mentioned this before; they were once great, and they're not great anymore. Steven Spielberg's they're one of the greatest directors of all time. Some of the stuff he's brought out recently have been mediocre to shit. Obviously George Lucas, Ridley Scott as well. Um, they've all brought out lots of shit. What's the name of the director who done the Godfather films?
oh,
Francis
Francis
Ford
Ford Coppola.
Eyes Wide Shut, a big pile of fucking shit. You know what I mean? It's just like
It's
some of these
awful.
guys, some of these guys are not as good as they once were. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which is a Quentin Tarantino film. A lot of people love that film. I thought it was mediocre at best. Like, it was going nowhere as a fucking movie,
It
but
it was okay. Yeah,
it,
it's mid.
you know,
Yeah,
they
people
don't.
love that
Yeah,
because it was like a love letter to old Hollywood. Yeah, all right, it's a love letter to old Hollywood, but so was West
the
Side
fuck's it about?
Story,
Yeah,
and that was fucking great. The Spielberg. I mean, you mentioned Spielberg, but West Side Story he
Kevin.
just released
Yeah,
last year or year before. It was phenomenal.
Kevin Smith.
That
All these guys. Like they just like they were once great directors, and now they just bring out shit.
yeah, on your Kevin, I think the missed opportunity with Kevin Smith was that he and the studio they they could have made Kevin Smith a legend, but at some point in time they picked a path that was the wrong path. Now, if you watch, see what Kevin Smith could have been is he could have been the teen and 20-year-old voices of Generation X and their angst and the issues they face with life, relationships, all that. Like if you watch Chasing Amy is legit a fucking great film. It's my favorite Kevin Smith film by far because it's not about Jay and Silent Bob. It's about that I like that my brother's generations like issues and all this kind of shit with love and blah blah bollocks and all this kind of shit. But he was done so well. And then you go from that to is it Jane? Dogma. And like Dogma's, I hated Dogma. I fucking hated that film, and that's
that
where I
bad,
lost
but
my respect for Kevin Smith.
it ended up being like one of those films with an abundance of like star-filled cameos. You do get those movies now and again, and that's really what it was. We're gonna make the film good by having look at that actor's in it, that actor's in it, that actor's in it, and so on. But that doesn't necessarily make a good movie.
No, exactly. No, it was just it was just bloated shite fest and stupid.
Robert Rodriguez, by the way, another one. Like one of my favorite films of all time is True Romance. I love that film. I think it's a fantastic movie.
Robert Rodriguez didn't direct that.
Robert Rodriguez directed that. Tarantino wrote it.
I know Tarantino wrote it.
Yeah.
Was it Robert? Oh, yeah, I guess it was.
And then you see what he's done with The Mandalorian. You see him
his episode of The Mandalorian. Oh my god.
All his Mandalorian episodes were shit.
Yeah. The Boba Fett as well. He did a Boba Fett episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. That was shit. Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself.
Yeah, he's somebody that he lost it a while ago. Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, I'm looking for, but I've always wanted to see people like Tarantino maybe direct something which is different to what we usually expect him to do. And this,
but he wanted to do Star Trek.
Yeah, he wanted to do Star Trek. But my point is, here we got Robert Rodriguez, who's a similar vein to Tarantino to a degree, and he's got an opportunity now to do some Star Wars, and he fucking ruined it with those fucking cyberpunk bikers and shit like that. Like, what the fuck? Oh man, it was.
Wait, hang on. Yeah, didn't he direct all of Boba Fett?
Not all. I'm not sure if he did all of it. Worth looking into.
I think he definitely produced it. He was definitely one of the producers.
No doubt, because like I noticed with like a lot of these shows, they always have a different director every episode. I mean, one director might do 2 episodes in the season, but he usually rotates from director to director.
Yeah, let me have a look. Book of Robert. Woman. That was a great fucking.
Now, the only person so far who's kind of maintained their credibility is probably Christopher Nolan. But other than that,
no, Christopher Nolan's overrated as well. Oppenheimer was fine. It was just a lot of talking, and the thing I struggle with certain films, if they're based on true stories and they happen to be true people that whose stories were interesting that are watching the YouTube video, watching the film just feels like a relegation. So Oppenheimer was that for me. It was like it was fine, but if you know enough about Oppenheimer, then you just like what's the deal with all the sex in the film? Like one film didn't need sex, it was this film. But anyway, wait, what was the other film I was going to say? Oh, Killers of the Flower Moon as well. So the Osage.
Have you seen that? I haven't seen that yet.
If you don't know about the Osage murders, because it's based on a true story, it's a great film to watch. But if you know about the Osage murders, it just seems a very vanilla film by comparison.
No.
That being said,
that's a Scorsese film, isn't it?
Scorsese is, for me personally, I've found him consistent throughout. There's only been 1 or 2 dips for me. Like
Irishman definitely be one
like
of them.
The Irishman. I know a lot of people didn't, but I thought it was a great film. But yeah, he rarely misses a beat.
Now, for me, the Irishman should have been on par with a lot of his other gangster flicks, but the political side of it kind of ruined it to a degree.
Yeah.
It made the film that shouldn't have been 3 hours long 3 hours long. It dragged it out unnecessarily. But yeah, I didn't mind it. I mean, all the scenes with Robert De Niro in it were great.
Yeah,
Especially
it's the
him being
same
the
with
hitman.
Flower Moon. He's just
No,
in it.
that's a Scorsese film. Yeah, I mean, like Scorsese must have been coming in his pants. He had his two favorite boys in it, man. Scorsese,
Yeah,
De Niro
exactly.
and Leonardo DiCaprio. So
Well, the thing is, it's not going to take much to get De Niro in. That guy's such an idiot with alimonies and child supports and all this kind of shit that he'll just take any fucking job. Like he can't rest on his laurels until the day he dies. So Scorsese's always going to have him in all his projects coming up, and DiCaprio just loves the fucking dude. So, how many films have they done together now? God,
Wolf of Wall Street was Martin Scorsese, wasn't it?
yep.
Yeah. They've done at least 3 or 4, I'm sure, just them two alone. Yeah, so it's a bit like John Carpenter and Kurt Russell. Like they've done loads of films together. So
yeah, I mean, Scorsese's used DiCaprio since his worst film, which was Gangs in New York.
started off so amazingly, and then it just declined.
Yeah,
You know,
I hate the film. I hate
yeah,
it.
the only good thing about that movie, in my opinion, was Daniel Day-Lewis. His presence on screen as Bill the Butcher was superb. I couldn't get enough. Did he win an Oscar for that role? But he should have. You know,
no, I think he
did. It was ridiculous. But other than that, yeah.
And the thing is, I think he's won 2 Oscars because I know he won one for My Left Foot, which is a fucking great film.
Hold on, Scorsese did My Left Foot.
No, I was talking about Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved him in. The funny thing is, he's a very versatile actor, but I loved him in Last of the Mohicans. And he
that was a great
playing Hawkeye.
film.
Yeah, and it's a great film. Like a guy he's one of the most versatile actors ever. I don't know what's his most recent. I know like what's his last movie? There'll Be Blood was his last film, I think.
No, Phantom Thread, which was
I don't know about that.
A story about tailoring, and before that he did Lincoln, and before that he did 9.
Oh yeah, he played Lincoln. Yeah, of course. Yeah. What a great actor.
Just fucking brilliant. But he's retired now, so he's not.
He's retired.
He retired. Yeah.
He must have made a pretty penny from his films then for him to retire.
Oh yeah, mate. Oh, Daniel Day-Lewis. But it's not about that life. You know, he lives a quiet life in Ireland or something. Let me see.
Like, if you're going to retire from anything, you still need to make sure that you got a decent income behind you. You know, regardless.
No, well, you know, yeah. I mean, if you live within your means, then you know
he can live off his interest. If he's got like about 10 million in the bank, he could probably live off the interest alone. So
yeah, exactly. So he's fine. And sometimes it's not about the money. Sometimes when you get enough, you're just happy to have. But yeah, great actor. I want. So go on.
I saw the episode of South Park about Creed. Yeah, not as good as I was hoping it would be. Actually, it could have been better, but some of the jokes and the cliff and some of the twists didn't land as well as it could have.
Yeah,
and at that one moment, Logan Paul character was about to reveal his secret, and he got shot in the head. I saw that coming, a mile up. He's about to reveal his secret now. He's probably get shot in the head. And lo and behold, he did.
Yeah, it's coming. But it's stuff that happens afterwards, like the exchange with the police. I found that was hilarious. It's like, give it up, you're going down, and then
that was one of the most, in a way, regarding that episode, it was probably one of the most liberal episodes I've seen from South Park, because they were mentioning about how the drink is unhealthy and obviously propaganda and stuff like that. It was quite liberal as far as South Park is concerned.
look, Matt and Trey, they all, they say they're Republicans, but they're not. By today's standards, they're centrists. So they've always looked at things from all angles. Sometimes they look at it from two angles, but they come to the wrong conclusion. They come to the capitalist America conclusion. So if you watch like the episode where the economy crashes and Stan's trying to get a refund for the Margaritaville machine, and then you have Kyle versus Stan about the economy, but they're both saying wrong. It's like they're not looking at the overall problem. They're just thinking it's the argument is over consumerism when it's not. So things like that, they kind of miss the mark, but still make a fucking hilarious episode. But yeah, I mean, their politics has been a way more liberal. They're very Gen X, and that despite
it's just that episode regarding the trans in sports, it left a sour taste in my mouth. I thought that was quite bad of them, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's where the again, liberal side of them kicks in. Where liberal and right wing when it comes to the trans issue, they missed the mark completely there. Yeah, they missed the mark completely because again, they're all just like, I came into the sport as a chick, so I can win things. It's just like, no, you can't just fucking put on a wig and become, competing in women's sports. It doesn't fucking work like that. So yeah, they definitely missed the mark.
And like the way the writer going on about that is that they would think it's like an epidemic of some sort that men are transitioning to women to be involved in sports. I mean, they could pull out maybe one or two particular scenarios, situations, but that's all they got is that, because if it was more than that, they would have a fucking a book of receipts showing you all these trans people involved in sports.
I mean, you could make a whole fucking list of it. I remember when that hysteria kicked in, and so they were banning it in schools and like colleges and all this kind of shit. I think it was the Humanist Report that did the video, and it said like the percentage of trans athletes, not just in schools but in the whole everything, was like 1 per fucking how many thousands. You know what I mean? It was such a small percentage. But again, it doesn't take much to add hysteria to everything.
And sometimes governments, they like within certain states, some within certain states of America, like they'll bring out laws, these anti-trans laws, and it's affecting nobody within their state. But it's almost like, okay, we're going to make sure this won't happen in the first place by creating the law. But there's nobody in their state who's trans, who's involved in a sport that was once their opposite sex before they transitioned in the first place. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Anyway, sorry, Gary, what do you want to say?
Well, I mean, the thing is that the fact that this is a conversation bugs the fuck out of me. It's like, hang on a second, wasn't this sorted in the 1970s?
No idea, mate.
Actually, I've only found about this recently. There's this person called Renee Richards. Now, she was a tennis star who was trans in the 1970s. So she was in Wimbledon. She was in all sorts. She actually coached what's her name, Martina. What's her face?
He's drinking Captain Morgan. That tells you he's old, because that's what people our age drink.
Well, actually, I'm actually drinking it out of a custom cup, so enjoy it.
Yes, see, look at the class. That's class right there. That's Mancunian class. You don't get that anywhere else.
No, I could drink it out of the bottle. That would be Mancunian class.
That's Scottish class. We don't want to relegate ourselves to Scottish.
Morgan's Irish whiskey, isn't it?
Yes.
What? But drinking it out of the bottle like that is too Scottish.
Oh, that's not Captain Morgan. That's some fucking Tesco brand right there.
Is that some sweet shop brand?
No, Sailor Jerry's.
Sailor Jerry. Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
It's lovely.
Sounds like something you get from Wish.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's
If you got
lovely.
Captain Morgan on Wish.com, you get his mate Captain Jerry.
But yeah,
Oh, Christine.
Hey.
Yeah, go on, guys. Why did you stop talking? You fucking.
Sorry, but just yeah. So this person, Renee Richards, was trans and was a tennis star in the 1970s. Then became a tennis coach. So surely this whole thing was discussed then, and they decided it was okay.
Well, I mean, there was always a speculation with East German athletes and whether or not
back
they
then.
Yeah, that was back.
And Russian.
And Russian.
Yeah, Martina Navratilova, like there was a whole bunch of shit about her back in the day. I remember, because she was like a butch lesbian tennis player, so they were wondering if she's got a fucking Slim Jim down her pants or not. But that wasn't the fucking case. She was just.
Yeah.
I mean, like, but nobody makes those assumptions about Serena Williams, who is a very powerful female tennis player, who I'd love to roll around in the hay with. And
mate,
she's
I want her to crush me with those thighs, mate.
Me too, mate. Me too.
I'm a simple man.
I remember, like, I was playing poker many years ago, maybe 8 years ago, something like that. I was like telling people, I really have the hots for Serena Williams, and some people were looking at me like I was an idiot. I was thinking, no, man, she's gorgeous.
She's gorgeous, man.
She's gorgeous, got a great body and everything. Right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, as I said, it's just bollocks, because if you actually look at transgender people in these sports, they don't win everything. Like Leah Thompson, the one they want to go on about, came first in one fucking race. The rest of it, she came 5th, 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th, and every other position but first.
I agree, Gary. Sorry. Riley Gaines, she's the one in that stupid Lady Ballers movie, that swimmer. Yeah, she came joint 5th with a trans athlete in swimming. And that person didn't get a podium place. She came joint 5th with that person, and she's losing her shit over it.
If you twist the narrative that she has, it's like she lost she tied the winning position, And it's
exactly.
Like, no, but never underestimate a right winger's need to manufacture victimhood. It's their shtick. Yeah, no worries. It's their shtick. It's their ethos. Is they need to feel like they're the victim in every situation. And she's done it to perfection.
Well, unfortunately, I found out that there was this one trans woman who was a pedophile. She got arrested recently, got caught trying to groom some young boys, and this person is a pedophile. Now, this is the first person to come out. I mean, not first person, but this is a trans person who has been caught being a pedophile, and the right are all over this. Yeah, they're all over this. Elon Musk is posting shit like this, and they finally feel vindicated. Yes, we have our fucking trans pedophile finally. Here they are, and we're going to run with this forever and ever. Amen. But the point is, every day, there is somebody from the cloth, a clergyman or a priest or a pastor, a vicar, whatever, who's been committing, a Sikh or a Shia, all of these people, regardless of the religion, but a person of religious authority who've been sodomizing little boys all the fucking time. And these people never get called out by the right. Never. Ever.
No, and the irony is,
the
irony is that they've got the gay boogeyman that they can go after, but because it's not the hot topic yet, they're doing the trend because it's still like an endemic within. Like you would look at it like, oh, look at all these gay pedophiles touching our kids, but because those people are in a position of authority that they look up upon, it doesn't register with them. It doesn't fit their narrative either. So it's just like, no, we're perfect. We never do anything wrong. But then they find one person, out of billions that happens to be hit all the fucking tick all the boxes of hatred for them, which is trans, woman, pedophile.
Well, I
grooming
wouldn't
kid.
say funny thing. I don't think they actually hate pedophiles as much as they say they do. I think that what it
They
is
don't
is
hate
that
pedophiles. They just
because a
they
lot of them,
there are
yeah,
pedophiles.
yeah, a
Mums
lot of
of
them are,
Liberty, for example.
yeah,
So if you look at Mums of Liberty and those little bunch of fascist Karens, and who are going about banning books, protecting kids, and all this kind of shit. And look, right now they're all crumbling because like all the higher ups are fucking nonces or married to a nonce, and
yeah.
it's just like these are this is the breeding ground for fascism. You know what I mean? Is when you get small groups like that create a huge fuss, which fucking drives this weird narrative, whilst all the same time they're the ones committing all the atrocities they claim to be against. It's every fucking time. Yeah, guys.
But it's the same here. People are doing it here, and it aggravates the fuck out of me. It's like we've got better things to talk about than whether trans people are in sports, right? We've got people who can't afford to heat their homes and electricity.
Yeah, but they don't. That's the point, Gary. You need to see how the right wing and how fascism works. Is you need a boogeyman. You need that something to distract people with. You need an enemy that's weak that you can go after, and because they have no substance, they have no principles. Like if they had principles, yeah, go on, Christine.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you. And as well as that, to divide people, so we're so distracted that we're not going to focus on what the government's doing to us, which is bending us over and adding sand to the lube.
Exactly. And you know, it's the same like if you look at after the abolishment of slavery, where you know the you know the grounds between because before slavery you had people that worked really really fucking low wage, and they could justify that by saying, hey, at least you're not a slave, blah blah blah. But once we hit once slavery was abolished, black and white working together, all this kind of shit, creating a good, strong working force and all that kind of stuff. That's when the fucking capitalists kicked in and we're like, oh shit. If we create a united workforce, that's going to damage our profits. And then blah, blah, blah. That's how you end up with Jim Crow. There's always going to be fucking something there to divide us. There's a 50-year-old trans woman, Melody, who's in swimming competition with 13-year-old girls. Parents had to hide their daughters because she had a cup hanging out.
That is bollocks. What the fuck? Fucking bollocks.
No, I know. I think I know the one they're talking about. That wasn't even a true story, mate.
All right. I tell you what. I have aliens who can't think into my brain. That's what. Honestly, that story. Go on, Christine. Sorry.
Oh, who cares? Like, it's Rick. We're gonna get bollocks from him. There's nothing wrong with having a trans category in sports, and that way more trans people can compete. Don't know why the left want to force them. Hey, listen, preach it to the choir here, mate. If you had enough of them, you could create, which the Olympics have anyway. They have. They said they're creating special categories for trans athletes. But there's nothing wrong with that because, there's nothing.
I think, I think, for me, because I don't want to come across as.
But it's such a small issue. 1 second, Zam. But it's such a There's such a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of trans athletes, which we talked about earlier. The percentage is so fucking minimal that it's just not worth it. Then again, the Olympics just aren't fucking worth it. Waste of space and money.
That was my argument. Until we have an abundance of trans athletes, then it doesn't warrant making a category for trans athletes because there's just not enough of them. What we're gonna have two of them going up against each other. That's just gonna be fucking stupid, isn't it? So
when there's an abundance of it, because of course there might be an issue there. So you have your own categories. They compete in that category. there's a. It's not bollocks. She was just getting. Let me Google that.
And
Melanie.
there's not an
But like I
abundance.
said, again,
the
you missed. Sorry, go on.
Whitby,
I was
I've
just
already
saying there's
Googled
not
it.
an abundance on the surface yet because everyone's afraid of being bashed.
Yeah.
But Whitby, any person who complains about her having a cock out in a flaming changing room is a pervert. Okay? I have been in changing rooms my entire fucking life. Do you know how many cocks I've looked up? Fucking zero. Do you know why? I'm not a fucking pervert. Grow the fuck up. Sorry.
No said Gary.
Sorry.
Yeah, like I go to I go to the changing rooms as well, and then like sometimes like you might glance or whatever, and your gaze gets avoided because somebody's got a third leg hanging out and shit like that. But I'm not like I'm not fucking. I'm not gawking at it. You know what I mean? I avert my gaze. That's
Right.
what I do. You know what I mean? It's like I hear the same story regarding people breastfeeding in public, which I'm so shocked that Republicans and right wingers are against women breastfeeding, considering they're all pro-life and shit like that, because they sexualize it. You know what I mean? They sexualize breastfeeding in a way. Women shouldn't be breastfeeding when they're getting their tits out and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they don't like it. Yeah, sorry. Let me just finish on what I'm saying. But
of course.
But my whole point is, if I saw a woman breastfeeding in public, I immediately avert my fucking gaze because I don't want to make that person feel uncomfortable, and I have no interest in seeing a kid sucking on a tit. You know what I mean? So I avert my fucking gaze. So I don't. What's the fucking problem? So
you are a pervert.
Because it's not sexualized. I mean, I could look at a woman breastfeed, not that I would go out of my way to look at it, but don't people automatically disconnect sexualizing a breast that's feeding a child? Shouldn't they? And for those that argue you should take your child to the bathroom and feed them there, why don't you go eat your fucking food in the bathroom?
Exactly. Even that's the most. I mean, they talk about things that are natural. What's more natural than that? It's the most natural thing you can do. All animals, all creatures, they breastfeed. All mammals, and to a degree, they breastfeed their kids. Humans are no fucking different. And they have it's amazing the stuff that they have issues with the right wing when it comes to the children and taking care of the children, looking after the children. When it comes to feeding the children, they have a fucking problem with it in every fucking demographic. I mean, would there be school lunches or fucking breastfeeding, for fuck's sake? So
and it's not sexualized until the individual sexualizes it. So that tells me a lot about the people that are worried about it. And it's like, what's going through your mind?
Okay, Rick, I can prove you're a pervert. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Of all four of us here have been in changing rooms, how many times have we directly looked at somebody's genitals on purpose?
Only when I was a nurse, because I had to.
There you go. So therefore, you're a pervert if you look at.
That's your job. That's exactly, Christian.
Exactly, and that was her job. So fuck off with this shit that I had to see genitals. No, that's what you wanted to see them. So that's on you. You're a pervert. Boom. There you go. Proof.
When I did basic training, I was in a huge tent, and there was 10 of us. I mean, it was huge. You could stand up straight in these tents, and there were 3 women and 7 men, and I didn't see one cock ever.
Yeah,
there you go.
Shit army.
Okay, I see dickheads, but I didn't see any cocks.
Oh, okay. I have no idea what we're talking about.
Daniel Vance does something very good here. Women's sport can barely hang on financially. No way transport could even begin to survive financially. I mean, I think initially there will be obviously that transport and stuff like that, but once things like trans people are normalized throughout the world and it's no longer a fucking issue anymore. Yeah, I totally agree with Daniel Vance.
And they used to say that. They used to say that about women's sports. There's no finance in it, and it'll never take off. But it's slowly but surely getting there. And there are some sports that have gotten there. that
Yeah.
women play.
Well, there are sports, in my opinion,
women's
that men and
football
women.
is making more money now than it has in its history. But in England, it took our ladies team to win a fucking European trophy for
Yeah.
people to kind of focus on it. Now, I'm not saying like women's football is great to watch, but it's gaining a lot of popularity with the right crowds, and it's fucking great to see everyone wins. So
I mean,
Well-
I've watched the last two women's competitions in football.
yeah, I watched the international. I don't
yeah,
watch the league though.
Yeah, the Lionesses, they outperformed the men at every single turn, to the point that
our
recently
women's
our
team-
Sports Personality of the
phenomenal.
Year, the person who won it was the goalkeeper for the women's football team, because
Yeah,
they were in the World Cup final, and people like Piers Moran were going on about how terrible it is. Go fuck yourself, Piers. Sorry.
Yeah, I heard about it.
she's not the first woman to win Sports Personality of the Year either.
No, the first woman footballer to win it. That's what I meant.
Yeah, first woman footballer. That's fine. But what I'm saying is, you know, this.
Yeah,
this
well,
again,
we're in this
is
world
what
now, aren't we,
This is
James?
what annoys me. You're gonna latch onto something now that's never really been an issue, but because it fits the narrative of the current right wing flavor of the month, that's where you're gonna make it a fucking issue, and it's just like you just look ridiculous. You look pathetic. We get it. We get it.
Yeah.
You're snowflakes. We get
Well,
it. You
I-
want to be the victims in everything.
I would rather watch college men's football, no, basketball, pardon me, and women's basketball, because in the pros, it's all about who's dunking, and it's all around the net. It's not about plays. It's not about passing. It's not about strategic moves. But when you get to the college level, when the guys are still hungry to get drafted, or the women's league, there's a lot more in the game. There's a lot more to watch than just, oh, I'm gonna do a fancy dunk and I'm just gonna trot myself back and forth because I'm getting millions. I don't really give a fuck, kind of
Yeah.
players.
I also think
Yeah.
that there are sports out there, lots of sports out there where women and men can compete each other in the same sport. Or for instance, snooker. Like men and women can compete against each other in snooker, horse racing, motor racing, chess. Things like that.
That's one that pissed me the fuck off.
I know about the story about the woman who was barred from a men's
Curling.
chess game. Curling, like
Yeah, curling. Isn't that
there's-
mixed anyway?
Yes.
It can be.
Yeah, curling.
What's it?
Yeah,
The street
so-
shooting show, one where the ski first and then they go to shooting. That's mixed as well.
Yeah, like there are, I can't think of all of them on the top of my head.
I don't know. It's called ski shooting. It's
But,
something like that.
but whether they be mainstream
Pay-per-view
sports,
No, but like the ski first.
Oh,
whether
right.
they be, with mainstream
think
sports or not, there's enough sports out there where men and women can be in the same sport itself, playing against each other, and not enough of that is happening, in my opinion.
Great.
Most shooting competitions should be mixed because it is actually there's kind of an unfair advantage to women, and it has to do with small and large muscle twitching. And when you get on a level that high where you're that good, every advantage helps. So if a woman's muscle mass isn't twitching as fast, they're steadier. So shooting is a good example where they're not just equal. There's actually women that are better.
True.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
a lot.
great.
Yep, Natalie Mars is a beautiful trans woman. Trust me, I've seen many of her videos. Women's sports might be hanging on, but check what they're getting paid versus men's sports. Yeah, until what it is, Daniel Mars, until women's sports gets the sort of like attraction or through television rights, then unfortunately they won't be getting paid as much.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, and the thing is, it's a financial thing. Like, you can't be say you can't have the sport say earning $1 million a year, and then have women being paid equal to the men's. It's just, it doesn't work in that regard. If it's an office job and things like that, yeah. But in terms of sports, it's about the revenue, and then the revenue split among the clubs and all this kind of stuff. But if it reaches that level, then yeah, they should definitely paid.
But the
Yeah.
divide right now is still, the gap is still too wide.
Agreed.
And I say that because you're not having an incentive for young women and girls to train their entire teens and childhood to
Yeah.
enter a sport where they're only going to get paid like $35,000 to play. And it's not going to impact your overall ticket sales and revenue so much that $1 million is going to make that big of a difference. I'm not saying 20 million is appropriate yet, but there's got to be an incentive to get to that level and to play professionally.
Yeah, because I think what's happening within, especially as I said, the women's game here, the women's football game here, and I think it's happening in the women's NBA as well, is that there's that as people's interested in it and as companies come on to sponsor it and stuff like that, they are being put more in reference to how much they're earning because there's increased interest. Now, I think that's going to take a bit for it to get. I don't think it's ever going to equal the men, but it's getting more that it's going in that kind of direction that they're going to get more. But I think it's. I think
as long as revenue keeps raising, then there's incentive to, pay them. And the thing is, we've seen, look, because of the women's football team and how they performed, we've seen a huge uptick in girls wanting to play football. So it's gone up, in athletics, because our women do really, really well. We have, there's always a high interest there. So as long as the revenue keeps coming in, then fucking, you definitely want to see them getting paid.
I think tennis is the sport where which is like the most, like it's the sport where women get the most. I can't think of any other sport other than tennis, which is the best for women. But even then, like there's an issue because, like, for instance, when it comes to Grand Slam tennis, men play 5 sets, women play 3. So in order for women to get paid more, either men have to play 3 sets, or women have to play 5. Just to maybe balance it out in that particular sense. But even then, like the disparities between the pay, I think is a bit too much regardless. But yeah, I don't understand why men have to play 5 fucking sets and women have to play 3. I think women are capable of playing 5 sets. I think men are capable of playing 3 sets. Obviously, but they can do 5. So why the fuck is it like the way it is? I think it's stupid, personally.
Like Serena could easily do 5.
Yeah.
No doubt, they're athletes. They are fit as fucking fiddles. They could do 5, no problem.
I think because with the women's game, even though it's 3 sets, it still lasts as long as the men's one because they have longer rallies, whereas the men's one's all power, so you don't get rallies. That's like if I'm watching tennis, I prefer to watch the women's one because they have rallies, whereas the men's is like bang serve. Oh, great. Well, that's that. Done then.
Right. But trans women, as they get more transitioned, are more comparable with women than they are with men. That's your problem, Rick B. And it's a problem that people on the right don't want to see because they think it's black and white. It isn't black and white. Sorry.
And also, just to add, like, just on the flip side of things, there were trans men who were involved in women's sport.
Yes, there are.
And they were kicking, and because they were taking more hormones and stuff like that to make themselves more masculine, but they were born as a woman initially, and they were wiping the floor with women in stuff like women's wrestling and stuff like that, and and all of that. And this person was a woman initially, so. I mean, I'm kind of defeating the argument here a little bit by saying that, but you're making them play with girls. They should be playing with boys.
Correct.
They should be playing with boys, not with women. But you're putting somebody who's now turned into a man playing with women, and and obviously that shows you the disparity. So you don't want somebody who and say going with a trans woman, like they take more estrogen to make themselves more feminine, and so they are obviously like depleting their bodies to a degree to make themselves more feminine. So in a way, I don't think there's that much of an advantage. Films like fucking Lady Ballers and shit like that, the way they took the piss by making out that any man could fucking beat any athletic woman it's just ridiculous. I myself am far from an athlete, and if I went up against a woman who is an athlete, she would fucking walk all over me every day of the week.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't hear you, Christine.
Christine, you've been a bit slow, sorry.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, there's a huge difference between someone going through the transition when they're an adult, because they do take so much estrogen that their bodies do change, between a guy coming into his teenage years that wants to become a female. They're too young yet to be put on these medications and transition hormones. That there's a difference between the two. I'll admit that.
Yeah, of course. But like I said, none of us dispute having their own leagues. Like when there's enough of them, when it becomes a more interesting category as well, because you've got all these different masses and whatnot.
Trans man league, a trans woman league.
Yeah, exactly. So it's I hope more and more people do compete in it, because then it makes for more interesting viewing. So anyway,
I was going to say, I don't think that's viable, because they're only like a very small population. So how many of those are going to be elite athletes?
Yeah, I mean the trans population in America is like 0.7 or something ridiculously low. Or 0.
Yeah, that's like the population of like a very small town. So I mean,
yeah, it's minimal. It's absolutely minimal. But the right need to create hysteria. I'll give you two examples of that, or one example of that. Just a woman who won Miss France, and they were sitting there going, "Oh, look at that! They let a man win Miss France." It's like she has a pixie haircut. And then they were outraged because she has a pixie haircut and she looks androgynous, which she fucking doesn't. What, like, how? This is again the ridiculousness of the right. Triggered by women with short hair, and I love like short hair. I think that kind of
look very hot.
The short hair, just fucking gorgeous. I also have a big thing for huge afros on women as well. So I go from one extreme to the other. But to say they look less feminine, for some women, it really suits their face type to have the short hair. It doesn't suit them having long hair. You give them longer hair and they end up not looking as good as if they had short hair. It's just a thing, you know what I mean? So to be outraged over that, and not be outraged over the fact that we still have beauty pageants, like parading women around like they're fucking meat for us to leer at in this day and age. You got fucking Instagram for that. I don't need like them being paraded around like cattle. Like we banned televised beauty pageants here, but from the 80s we banned it when it was a new head of ITV that came in, and he was just like, what is this shit? Why are we parading women around like they're cattle? So we never have like Miss World and all of that televised here.
That and child beauty pageants as well, which I just
child beauty pageants are the worst.
Jesus, that's fucked up, and that is fucked up.
No, but trans people are the problem, not that shit.
And everyone's worried about transsexuals sexualizing children. Like, have you seen a child pageant? Like, come on, people.
Yeah. Like these kids are like 4 or 5 years old, and they're giving them fake tits and fake ass, and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
They had to ban outside audience members that weren't related to the children, because guess what? Perverts were coming.
Yeah.
And they were definitely sexualizing those children. Guess what? They were straight males.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but the fact that those are still a thing.
And these are done by conservative mums and shit like that.
It's always conservative mums. The same people that say women should dress modest are the same ones parading their kids like whores. You know what I mean?
And have no problem with fucking cheerleaders fucking showing their badge every time they do a high kick in the air and stuff like that, or taking their children to Hooters and stuff like that. You know what I mean? All the sexualizing their kids, or showing their kids sexualization. Sorry, I may add. No problem with that whatsoever. You know what I mean? The hypocrisy is just incredible.
and not just sexualizing the women at Hooters, but like
See you soon.
said, treating them like objects and servants.
Yeah,
You know.
exactly.
Yeah.
And also, if you get somebody who's in those pageants, it can be very fancy thing for you because it usually makes the parents quite wealthy because they can just parade them around wherever. And I found that disgusting as well.
And by the way, the cheerleading thing that starts at high school, so they're sexualizing them as fucking children. You know what I mean?
Not at high school.
Not in high school.
They're like
University.
4-year-olds.
Oh shit! So
in the
younger.
States?
Younger, mate. Younger.
Oh, younger. Yeah, there you go. So like
That's fucking awful.
Yeah.
They're put into cheerleading schools as soon as they can tumble, you know, in the States.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
4.
And the other thing that, in terms of like the sexualized, if you look what the women's uniform requirement for is competing in beach volleyball and the Olympics, and the fact that the teams will get fined if they wear shorts. Like, if that doesn't stink of the patriarchy,
Yeah.
I don't know what doesn't. Now, I'm not sitting there to say like I'm some kind of fucking white knight, because yes, it is hot as hell. But the thing is, it should be a choice given to the women. If they want to wear that stuff, that's fine. But the fact is, they don't have a choice in the matter.
Same with,
They
with women's tennis as well. Like they're wearing skirts,
Yeah,
but they
women's
could be wearing
tennis.
shorts. I know Martina
Yeah.
Navratilova changed to shorts, you know, and nobody batted an eyelid. And look, I just want to get to this comment here by Rick B. So if a woman wants to use her beauty, and I want to respond to him first. Wants to use a beauty in a competition with other beautiful women who you think they shouldn't be allowed to do that. Look, what I'm saying is, what for a start, stuff like that is vanity and it's not good for society. You want to be involved in something where you show off your amazing physique and stuff like that. Do bodybuilding contests where you are actually actively working on your body, yeah, to show your physicality in that. And women and men do that. There's no fucking beauty contest for fucking men. You talk about equality, Rick P. There isn't one for that. So just you have to determine it in the right manner, and I think bodybuilding is a better example of how to do that. Sorry, Christine.
Or the fact that these women are just genetically blessed. They didn't work at it. They didn't earn it.
Yeah, good point.
And
Yeah.
some of them are starving themselves. So no, it's not healthy. And it's not done for the right reasons. There's nothing wrong with being beautiful and having confidence that you look great. I mean, awesome. But the pageants do nothing for women.
No, it's a toxicity that it weighs in. It's too toxic an environment to justify its existence in the first place. Like we when I was the last time I was in Greece in 2013, they had like a beauty pageant. It's like a European one, but it's like one of those ones where they just go to like the smaller bar venues and all this kind of shit. And they just so happened to be at because we first saw all these like line of beautiful women at the Acropolis, and then they happened to be going to the same place where our what we call the second home is, out by the beach and all this kind of shit. It's not as glamorous as it sounds. In Greece, it's very common. And they were there, and my friend who's fearless, he just sparks a conversation with them, and they'll say, yeah, look, any country we go in, the woman from that country just wins. So it's not even a competition thing. So my friend was like, so what are your gains? What do you gain from this? And they were just like, recognition. It's like, from who? He couldn't understand it because the money's shit. They're constantly traveling around just parading themselves in bars, and there's no monetary gain from it either. So it's just like, what's the pressure to do it if there's no money to be made? What is it? Vanity? Is it free travel? I don't know. It's just something that should exist.
As somebody who used to watch beauty pageants when I was younger and didn't really understand the way we're expressing ourselves about it now, couldn't really appreciate it back then. I just remember how it was all about the beauty and not about the brains. They were constantly have them in different types of attire, whether it be bikinis and swimsuits and ball gowns or whatever, and then we would finally have a little moment where we would chat to them and hear what they have to fucking say. And that was it. That was the only moment, world peace, all of that fucking shit. So it was so generic. What it is a glorified meat market. I mean, titillation and stuff like that. It's the most stupidest fucking thing, in recent years. The beauty pageant. It should be. I'm glad it's falling out of favor. I don't fucking like it. I think there are other ways of, as I said before, expressing yourself physically and showing people, the gains you've done at like bodybuilding and stuff like that. But other than that, these other ways of doing things like beauty pageants are just pointless. Absolutely pointless. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
If she was on the other foot, I'd still say the same shit.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, like people like when you watch, I'm a guy and I look at Schwarzenegger, Mr. Universe, pumping iron, all of that shit. You can appreciate his physique because of the effort he's put into it. This guy he's molded from fucking clay, sculpted from fucking rock. He looks fantastic. You can appreciate a guy who's been working out religiously to give himself that fucking physique. And that's appreciation because of the bodybuilding. But if you're a fine looking person in the first place and you're just walking out showing your fine ass and stuff like that, and you've already got the genetic fucking leg up because you were born beautiful in the first place. I mean, look at Schwarzenegger. I guess he is a handsome man, but I think being the beefcake that he is has definitely added to his overall look. If he was slim like say Boss Man is, would he be that appreciated? I don't think so. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So.
All right, Zam, Suicide Squad.
All right. Okay, so we're just going to talk about video games here, Chris, but I think you'll still be interested in this. Now, some spoilers ahead regarding the Suicide Squad video game. This is something I found out recently, and I am really upset with society in general because the new Suicide Squad game is called Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. It kind of gives you an idea of what the Suicide Squad are having to do. They're having to kill the Justice League. Now, fanboys out there in this world have been finding out about this, and they're losing their shit because guess who's going to be killed in the Suicide Squad?
Spoilers. If you don't want to know spoilers for the upcoming
it's the Justice League. And most poignantly, people like because like all the Justice League characters are bosses. When you go up against Batman, Superman, Green Lantern, whoever it may be, the Flash, you're going up against a boss battle.
Aquaman.
I think I'm not sure if he's in it or not. I'm not sure if he's in this game.
No, but he's in the Justice League. I know that.
I know, yeah, he's in the variations of Justice League, but I'm not sure if he's in this game. But my point is that Batman is all the Justice League. They've been taken over by Brainiac, and Brainiac's controlling the Justice League, so he turned them into his own minions. So the only thing, like the good guys, like the government, who are trying to stop this, have to resort to by hiring other criminals to stop these good guys who've turned bad guys, to destroying the planet. So they've hired criminals like Deadshot and Harley Quinn and Killer Shark and Captain Boomerang to stop these good guys. And you know what they have to do to stop these good guys? Who have turned bad? They have to kill them. They have to genuinely kill them. So at one point in this game, the Suicide Squad will be killing Batman. Yeah, and fans are losing their shit over this. They're losing their absolute shit that Batman is going to be killed in this game because, first of all, like some of the stuff, the reasoning they're bringing is really upsetting because they're saying this is a disservice to Kevin Conroy. This is the last thing he's done, and he's dead, and now you're killing off his main character in this particular game, and that's a disservice to him. And a lot of fans just don't like the idea of Batman being killed. Batman's been killed recently in a few things. He's been killed in that television show on CW, which was a pile of shit. the Gotham Knights game, they killed him off as well. It's not like Batman's not capable of being killed off, but I actually applaud. I mean, look, the gameplay for this game looks like shit, and that needs to be complained about. But I salute Rocksteady for creating a storyline where they are actually killing off the fucking Justice League, and the bad guys have to do that because they're the only people the Earth can rely on in order to save the fucking planet. Are supervillains who don't want the planet destroyed for themselves, but they live on Earth. You know what I mean? So, and I think this is a great direction, but fans are losing their minds over this. But they don't like the idea of Superman being killed, Batman being killed, the Flash being killed, Green Lantern being killed. They don't like it, but I actually love it. I think this is a great story. In my opinion.
Yeah. I think that it's going to be fun, and people got to remember it's not real. It's just like, say, South Park, where they kill Kenny every episode. He can be in the next episode, you know.
Well, my addition to this as well is that there are tons of iterations of Batman and DC, Justice League. This is just one iteration of many. And in this particular iteration, in this particular universe, unfortunately, the Justice League have become bad guys because they've been taken over by Brainiac. And the only thing you can do to stop them from destroying the Earth is to kill them. It's unfortunate. You've got no fucking choice, but that's how it goes. And I very much love the storyline for this, seeing that. And the funny thing is, the Suicide Squad themselves have been dying to kill these heroes for a long time, but now these heroes have become villains in a way. It's justified to kill them now more than anything. And I'm just really liking this whole story arc. I think it's fascinating. I can't wait to see the story of this game being played out. I'm gagging for it now. I think the story for this game will be absolutely great. Seeing all these great heroes being killed off, I love it. I can't wait.
I think it's always so boring when you watch the good guys always win. Like in G.I. Joe, when I watched as a kid, they get fired upon, and not one soldier could hit the good guys. I mean,
yep.
Come on.
Yeah, if they were robots, they'll be getting shot to shreds. But if they're humans, they're not. But once again, what annoys me the most out of all of this is the fact that so many fans are really upset at the idea of Batman being killed. It's like, you should see this. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, let's look at their reasoning. Number one, the idea of Batman dying, it farts on their brain. They don't understand it because they never fucking read a Greek tragedy. They've never grown up on great classic stories. And in great historical figures, the hero always fucking dies. Okay, it's very rare that they live on, and but they're not used to that because in America, they need to have it where the fucking good guys always win. America, rah rah rah, and all this fucking propaganda bollocks. All right, and they've lost what makes a good fucking story. They don't know how to tell a good story because they always have to fall back on the good guy winning all the fucking time, and yet
it's predictable.
And it's predictable. It's very predictable. So their brains can't comprehend that. Number two, because this game is canon within the Arkham universe, whereas Gotham Knights isn't, don't forget that pile of shit game, that's also probably going to be upsetting to them because they think that they'll never get another Batman Arkham game. And I mean, it might be right because at the state of Suicide Squad is going, it's
Dick Grayson in the suit, dude.
Pussy.
Put Dick Grayson in the suit, and it's all good. Like, I just want to add that, like, we're just talking the Justice League being getting killed. Not all the superheroes in the DC universe are being killed. Just the main Justice League ones. There are other people. There are successors. Bruce Wayne had two successors that come to mind: Terry McGinnis and obviously Dick Grayson. They took over from him. All of these people have successors. People take on their mantle. So if Bruce Wayne dies,
Batman, look, in Gotham Knights, Batman dies. In the game Gotham Knights, he dies fighting Ra's al Ghul. So I don't know why they're upset that he dies in this one as well. Like, that could be Rocksteady's way of saying this. We're saying we're not fucking making another Batman game. But Warner Brothers Studio being so fucking stupid, this game is going to flop. And so you're either going to go straight to Superman or you're going to go back to Batman. And if
Like
I
I
know
said, Dick
corporation,
Grayson can take over. Yeah, there's
you
no
know,
problem in that. Put Dick
yeah, but they're
Grayson
going
in,
to look
that's
at
it.
Gotham Knights, okay? Because you keep forgetting Gotham Knights. They're going to look at that and it flopped, and think, oh, we need to bring Batman back. Which no, it's because you made two inferior games back to back that you think you need to go back to what was once great. And I know that's what they're going to fucking do, rather than give people what they really want, which is a fucking Superman game. We're getting a Wonder Woman one.
Really?
So
Interesting.
you know,
Yes, we are.
yeah, we're getting a Wonder Woman game, which that caused a stir because they initially it was going to be live service, but now Warner Brothers say no, it's never going to be live service, which makes sense. But it's going to utilize that stupid fucking Nemesis system that I hate. But you know, the point of the matter is like, if
what's a Nemesis system?
so, the Nemesis system is basically like if you like enemies rank up within the game and they fight each other, and you can get them to battle it out and all this kind of shit. And so it's like ranking up. And if they kill you in the game, their rank goes up exponentially. You know. So it's that. It was a very clever system, just poorly implemented. And Warner Brothers Games patented it, so other companies can't use it, and that's the best thing Warner Brothers Games ever did, because I didn't want to fucking see, because that would have become a regular thing in games, just like survival mechanics are now a regular thing in games, and they're ruining fucking games. But I forgot what I was saying before. Yeah, so look, they're going to have two flop games back to back, and so they're going to start thinking, oh, well, we might as well go back to Batman, where it's just like, no, go Superman, go fucking Flash, go Blue Beetle, go fucking, you know, there's a plethora of Hawkmans and Martian Manhunter. That one would be great as a stealth game because you can shapeshift and all that kind of shit, you know. But instead, they'll probably just go back to Batman. Because, you know, these companies are stupid. Or they're just going to fire everyone from Rocksteady Studios. And hopefully those people go off and form another studio. I know the head of Rocksteady already quit. The two people that created the fucking company are gone. And they're creating their own studio. So, yeah, we'll see. There's plenty of other things to get upset about rather than fucking Batman dying.
Oh, Justice League just dying in generally. Like it's incredible because for me, I'm so excited about this story arc now, and obviously the Greek tragedy of it all and stuff like that. You know, if as somebody in it, like I said, this is one particular universe. There's so many multiverses in superheroes now. Like this is not the only version. There will be other versions where the Justice League will be successful and stuff like that. You know, just don't worry yourself on these sort of things. I'm very happy actually we've got Cousin Cheeto here, but I want to know what his opinion is on all of this, because is he part of the contingent of fucking dickheads who've lost their shit over Batman dying in the Justice League game?
I've been watching for a little bit while you guys were talking about this. I'm for it. I mean, it's a good bookend for Kevin Conroy's Batman. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a thematically, even if you know Kevin Conroy didn't die, like I think it's a good bookend for Arkham Batman, and I think it should stick. I think we should go to super. Like, do I think they should kill all the members of the Justice League? Maybe not, but I'm not upset that they are. You know, like
I think the only one who might live will be Wonder Woman, because she hasn't been taken control by Brainiac. But all the ones that are under control by Brainiac are going to die.
Her own game as well.
Well, there we go. I mean that's fine. Like I agree with you, Sam. It is an interesting storyline. It is an interesting way of going about it.
And the storyline in this game looks brilliant. You know, the gameplay might be wank, and the game's probably going to be dead on arrival, but the fucking storyline is great. So whoever takes the hit, you know, they're going to put all the cutscenes on YouTube, and it's going to be worth watching.
And I'm not someone who's into video games, but I'm thrilled by this idea.
Yeah. You see, it's good. It's just good storytelling.
And once again, there's more than one Batman. Bruce Wayne's not the only one. These guys all have successors. Somebody will take on the mantle. There are plenty of they're making it sound like all the superheroes are dying. No, there's tons of superheroes in the DC universe who will not be killed in this fucking game. You know, so yeah.
I want Nightwing to take over, and not as Batman. I don't want Nightwing to become Batman. I want Nightwing to take over as Nightwing, because I've always been a fan of the
Gotham Knights. You know, in Gotham Knights, you know, Nightwing takes over.
I have no problem either way. But you know what, Cheeto? A lot of people are complaining about this because Kevin Conroy has died, and they think that they're doing a disservice to the legacy of Kevin Conroy by having his character killed off. The last time he performed as Batman being killed off in a video game, which is the most stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Just soft little pussy heads. And like, I mean, it's a good bookend for the character in the Arkham games. Like, there's other Batmans. Like, seriously, like, get the fuck over it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, well, sticking with the superhero theme, those of you would have seen Insomniac Games got hacked. Now, please note, I will be talking spoilers.
Sorry, I'm still here. I'm just opening my windows. I'm boiling hot.
When I talk spoilers of upcoming games that they got, I'm going to put my hand up, so you know it's coming. Okay, I'm also very high, so I might forget to put my hand up. So just giving you a warning. So Insomniac Games got hacked, ransomware, blah blah blah. And what's happened over the process is, they've leaked footage of Wolverine. They've leaked parts of the game where you can actually play, or code where you can build the game, and all this kind of shit. Very horrible. Feel bad for Insomniac Games, especially after it came out that Sony pressured the studio to cut a lot of its staff because of running costs. You know, if you just cut 2 CEOs out of a company, there's enough fucking money there to go around for a good chunk of staff, like 1,000 sole staff. So, maybe we get rid of CEOs first before we do it. Anyway, so Insomniac Games got hacked and a bunch of their stuff came out. And so the first thing I'm going to talk about, which is not spoilers, it's the Wolverine game. The game's not due out until 2026. So it's only like 5% complete. And
holy crap.
People are dumb. Sorry, what?
Holy crap. 5% done? We got a trailer for that 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's only 5% done because they had to downscale the team. Insomniac had to downscale the team, and so they haven't had as many people working on it. Hence why the delay, and why we haven't seen so much of it. Which it's fine, if you're working on Spider-Man 2, and you don't want to have a big team, that's fine. Whatever. I'm in no rush, but it's a bit sad to see that they had to cut a lot of staff. And they haven't been able to work on the game. So only 5% is there. People complaining that it looks shit. Of course it looks shit. It's 5% done. It's like me painting a line and you saying, oh my God, that painting is terrible. Fucking idiots. But look, personally speaking, for what I've seen from the gameplay, don't like it. I don't like it. It's too Spider-Man-like. It's very much like quick time event, constant cutscenes. We do the fights for you. You just press like the most basic button. So I didn't like what I saw. There were other elements I liked what I saw, like he uses his smell senses to kind of track.
Kind of like a detective mode type thing.
Kind of detective mode, but it's more like tracking and it's helping him rebuild memories in his mind. So he's clearly coming from like amnesia and he's tracking himself back. Blah blah blah. But that part I liked. But the other stuff I saw, I didn't like. Again, when you know gaming like a normal person does, you know what's coming. And so at the moment, I'm like, it's too Spider-Man-esque, which worries me because, spoiler, so if you don't want to know what the upcoming games are, then, mute me now, look away now. But here we go. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This game leads to an X-Men game. And they have X-Men slated for 2030 release, and that would have made me moist had it not been for the gameplay of theirs that I don't like. But we're getting an X-Men game. What? I can't hear you. Say it again.
You said
2030.
2013.
2030. 2030. They got the X-Men game scheduled for release, which is fine. You know what I mean? But again, it's hard to get excited about it if the gameplay is just all kind of done for you in that regard. But it's cool that we're getting that. They're working on Spider-Man 3, and that's going to be multiplayer. So that's fucking good.
About goddamn time.
Yeah. And they've got another Ratchet and Clank game coming out. So in terms of game releases, they haven't spoiled anything. It's cool we're getting an X-Men game, and the characters in the Wolverine game, I won't say it. I'll keep it in case people want to be surprised by it. But it's fantastic. And you also saw scenes where you're playing as somebody else, not just Wolverine. So that's also good in that. But the gameplay just doesn't entice me. But I think it's going to be a smash hit. Regardless, but yeah, I just wanted to say that about Insomniac Games. Anyone else got anything they want to say about that?
I just can't believe
No.
we got this game a trailer or a teaser for this game 2 years ago, and
4 years ago,
it was 4 years ago,
2019 or 2020.
God,
20.
and it's still not till 2026. You said,
Yeah, it's crazy. But
listen,
so
yeah, you're right. These CEOs need to be cut, like either cut or their salaries greatly reduced. Because
slash your salary or cut your fucking or cut 2 CEOs. You can. There's plenty of money to spread around. Fucking waste of space they are, because we could have had Insomniac now. Like they should have had the right to build their team up because of Spider-Man 2, but Spider-Man 2 cost so much to make that they had to sell 5 million units to break even. Now they've sold 7 million units to break even. Now they've managed to do 5 million in the first month, but to get to that extra, so you need 8 million to say you've made a good profit on the game. Because if you break even on the game, then that's not good, and it kind of justifies that. Well, it doesn't justify cutting the team, but it justifies keeping the costs down. So yeah, I mean, it's expensive, but if you're going to make games that fucking big, then yeah, they're going to be expensive. What do you fucking expect?
yeah, right. It's not like fucking Jack and Daxter back in the day where
Exactly. But it's also, it's understandable why Sony wants to move more into live services, because they think that that's a more sustainable model. They're wrong. A more sustainable model is scale down your projects, don't make them as big, and work. Yeah, have a better run ship. That's all I can say about that.
You if you cut 2 CEOs that are making $1,000 an hour, basically, you can employ 500
to 100 to 200 million a year.
I know. If you cut those 2 people out, you can employ another 500 people to work at that game and make it better.
Exactly. And it costs less because you've got more people on it who are on a wage, and you're not having to use private services, delays, pulling in temp staff, which costs a lot more money and all this kind of shit. And yeah, like I say, you need better management.
The better the game, the more units you sell, and like you said, the less outside sourcing you do, the price goes down for each unit making it.
Exactly. So let's see. I'm sure Spider-Man will sell well enough to make a profit.
Well, multiplayer for sure. That's what people were hoping for in Spider-Man 2, which never came into fruition. So
yeah, and they reckon that Spider-Man 3 could be a Spider-Verse game, which fucking perfect if it is. Because then you can get Gwen Stacy, you can get fucking, pick a Spider-Man, you can get Silk, you can get fucking.
I think Silk will be part of the DLC for Spider-Man 2.
What's that?
I think Silk will be part of the DLC for Spider-Man 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she made an appearance
in that universe because she was locked up in a secure unit after she got bit by the same spider as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, I think it's different in the games. I think did we see her or we saw her dad or something like that? I don't know.
We saw
Okay.
her, but only the back of her at the end. We didn't see it because her dad is now going out with Miles's mum. You know, she's back on the dating game now. It didn't take her long after her husband died, and yeah, she's going out with Silk's dad.
Right. Okay. Cool.
So I think it's going to be a bit of tension though because Miles Morales is going out with that deaf girl in the game, and with Silk on the scene as well. You know, there might be a bit of a love triangle going on there. So,
Oh, I see.
Maybe we'll see how it goes.
Dude, the Silk thing in the comic books was crazy. Like Peter and Silk got hot and heavy. Like they were banging every time they had a chance.
Yep.
Well, she's going to be the same age as Miles, so she's going to be a bit too young. And
so
and
I'm pretty
Peter's
sure
now-
maybe they're just adapting it to Miles instead of Peter. You know, like
yeah. And Peter's all up with MJ now. Like them two are going to
well, it was some kind of cosmic attraction or something like that. It was some kind of like Spider-Verse web, blah 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 bullshit because they were bitten by the same spider, whatever, and that's why they were always just in like that. Whenever they were close to each other, they just couldn't keep their hands off of one another or something like that. It was weird.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I wish I had that superpower sometimes, but
I wonder
Well,
if
that's
like,
why I gotta live out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it happens to me.
Oh, is that
all
why?
the time.
Oh,
yeah, out in
see.
the middle, in the cabin in the good old Canuck North.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
My
why.
kid,
That's why
my
William.
kid.
That's why Shredder has a whole sea to separate him and his missus. Because if they keep going at it, we'll end up with nuclear fusion. You know, so they need a sea to separate them.
The multiverse will collapse. They're going to cause an incursion when they get together.
That's it, yeah, exactly. Right. Okay. Moving on from. I ain't got anything else on gaming, by the way. That's about it. Oh, check out if you got Steam. Check out the game, The Engineer. It's spelled ENJIRI. No, RI. No, I at the end. Fuck's sake, idiot.
I want to
But the mechanics look fucking hilarious on it, and it's only 10 quid, so I'm gonna buy it tomorrow and play it on the weekend.
quickly bring up this story regarding James Cleverly that has popped up on my Twitter.
Oh, I was gonna move into that area next anyway, so go for it.
Well, I'll bring up this in a second. Apparently, in the news, the people are worried about migrants crossing the ocean and coming here by boat. And one of the places they're arriving by boat is Luton Airport. And I know. So here is. I'm just gonna bring it up here. Here is James Cleverly.
I've not heard about this.
Yeah. Where's his tweet? Okay, so this is his tweet. 90% reduction in small boat arrivals from Albania. 5,000 Albanians returned. This is a result of firm action we have taken through our partnership with Albania. I met with frontline staff at Luton Airport to see them delivering this vital work. I mean, who needs more of a facepalm than that when reading something that fucking stupid? But this is our fucking Home Secretary right now. Stopping Albanians arriving by boat by meeting the vital staff at Luton Airport, an airport that is not coastal whatsoever, in a part of England that doesn't fucking border any fucking water. And yeah, this is our.
They're flying boats, Zam, with wings and jet engines. All right.
Actually,
the wasp planes.
Oh, those flying boats called airplanes.
No, it's like boats. It's like boats. It's like boats with airship.
They woke
Here we go.
idiot.
Here we go. There's the flying boat.
Yeah, there's boats with airship from Mario.
Boats that fly and land at Luton Airport. Does it look like this? Because, I mean, once again, the culture war thing our government has having to do in order to try to retain power is kind of sad. I mean, unfortunately, there are enough people in this country who will fall for this shit. and believe that Albanians are coming by boat, and Luton Airport is one of their destinations.
Mhm.
And this is the fucking world we live in, and it makes me want to bang my head against the fucking table. It really does.
People don't understand. Like everyone, not everyone. Pardon me. Quite a few people in the United States wants this huge wall between Mexico and the United States, but the vast majority of people that come into the United States illegally either fly in or cross the Canadian border.
Yeah.
I mean, we live in a country where people literally voted to leave the European Union because there were too many black faces working the checkouts at Tesco. Name me one European Union country where it's majority black population.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that famous thing when I was watching when I was watching LBC, James O'Brien, he was talking to this one guy who wanted to leave the EU because he was open about the fact there were too many foreigners, but he said that when he went into accident emergencies, he couldn't believe how many Africans and Asians were working in accident and emergencies. So James O'Brien responded by saying, "So the reason why you want to leave Europe is because of Africans and Asians." You know what I mean? You see how fucking stupid that you want to leave Europe because of Africans and Asians, and this is the fucking world we live in.
Not only that, those people are immigrating legally, and they're providing a very awesome resource to your country. They're working in the ER.
Yeah. I mean, that's the argument's not there. I mean, when you're a moronic racist, you don't understand it. You're like, okay, if we ship all of them out,
I resemble that.
We're gonna have no health service, both in private and fucking public. So, you're fucked either way. And it's. But the thing is, look, this government is facing annihilation in the next election, and this is literally the last crutch they have to hang on to. This and the trans issue. That's all they have. They just follow. The problem with the UK is it doesn't have an identity. It just follows all the whatever right wing bollocks is going on in America. Actually, not just the UK that does it. Everywhere they literally look at the playbook of how the American right does everything, and they copy it. And it's easy to copy when you receive a lot of funding from these institutions because people never understand the lengths that these governments have gone to stop any kind of left wing movements and governments. Like, you want to talk about cancel culture? That's your fucking cancel culture, literally murdering your political enemies just because they're left wing. But they just follow this playbook, and this is all the Tories have. And unfortunately, there's victims in this, but they don't give a shit.
Well, they have that, but they've also got this they've got this idea where they just make up policies that they've somehow blocked. So, for example, Rishi Sunak was talking about how he blocked a meat tax that the Labour Party was somehow proposing, despite the fact they never did. Or the fact that Rishi Sunak was determined to make sure that you were not having to put all your rubbish in 17 different bins.
That wasn't the case either.
Just they make up shit that they're just so detached from reality. But you have to lie to stay in power because you've got nothing else to add. You got no value. You got no policies. You got nothing that. I mean, look, like the UK went from a nation which, was all right in terms of poverty levels to now being fucking poorer than we were in the Victorian era. That's how fucking bad things have gotten here.
Food banks, mate.
It's that some of the Tory party are not even engaging in dog whistle tactics anymore. I mean, you literally have the likes of Lee Anderson saying that people should fuck off home. You've got what the hell was his name? Jonathan Gullis blaming kidnapped child refugees for being kidnapped, for being here in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, no one calls these people out. It happens here too, for not having any humanity. What a sad statement on our world.
You get a few commentators here who will call them out. Again, James O'Brien, Sheila Fogarty, they'll call them out. You'll get a few online who will call them out. You'll get a couple of columnists such as Owen Jones, maybe even an outlet like Private Eye. They'll call them out. The Guardian will call them out. But the majority of the press, unfortunately, leans heavily in favor of the Tory party and pandering to
because
the gammon, effectively.
Because they're owned and they're directed to report what they're supposed to report. And I don't even like to use the word report because it's not news. It's propaganda.
Yeah. C4 News interviewed people in small London towns before Brexit vote. Some of them said they were voting Brexit because it would mean Muslims would have to go back to where they came from.
That's true. Again, we had so many people in this country who swore blind that Brexit meant we were going to be able to deport Muslims. It meant we were going to be able to send back black and brown people to places like Pakistan or Africa.
Yeah. I mean, William, are you wearing a fucking Lidl's Christmas jumper?
I am. Yes, I am.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, all the darkies were going to go home.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I mean, we laugh at it, but it also took a very, very nasty turn the day after the result came in, when people were putting up signs saying "Polish vermin go home" on school gates.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's nothing funny about Brexit. It's destroyed this country. It's destroyed.
So Zam, when are you leaving?
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, considering I'm born in this country, I don't know where I'm supposed to go.
No, I know.
You came from,
sarcastic. Mate. I'm just being sarcastic.
No, I know. Of course you are.
Go back to where you came from. When you tell people what, back to North London, you're like, what?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's like Lenny Henry used to crack that joke when the BNP they had a policy of repatriation, which is they were going to pay black people £20,000 to go home, and Lenny Henry said, "That's not a fucking amazing deal. I only live in Dudley."
Yeah.
Well, I spoke to some hardcore Brexit fans, and I used a method that would get to them to make them maybe not go for Brexit, and it was basically Premier League football. I told them, look, you love all these players like your Ronaldos and your Drogbas and stuff like that. Well, unfortunately, if we do have Brexit, it'll be a lot harder for these guys to come in. If you want to isolate ourselves from the rest of Europe, so all these superstar foreign players that you worship the ground they fucking walk on, they might not be able to play in this country anymore. And when I brought that to the equation, the fucking shock and look on their face, or the realization of that, that these great fucking footballers won't be able to play for their club, made them almost think to themselves, maybe Brexit's not worth going for. And it took football of all things, not the fact that, that so many foreign people work in our healthcare industry and stuff like that, but football for them to really take this shit seriously. Fucking ridiculous.
Exactly.
That's awesome. I watched a video. It was, there was two Canadian girls, either partially native Canadian or some mix anyway, born in Canada, and they were in a nature park and they were picking some blueberries, and some Karen came up to them and started.
I saw that video.
Out. Yeah, and
I saw that.
It was hilarious. She starts freaking out, and you're destroying the woods. Why don't you go back to where you came from? And they're in Canada, and they're like, "You go back first." And she's like, "I'm an American." It's like. You're kidding.
I mean, again, there's plenty of examples of people being that fucking dumb. Nigel Farage is the best example I honestly think of straight away, because he's somebody who ranted about how he was uncomfortable being on a train and hearing people around him talking in foreign languages. His wife was German, and their children's mother tongue was German.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a white language, so he's fine with that.
But he doesn't speak a word of German, though.
I guess living at home sucks for him. He's afraid every day when he goes to the bathroom.
No, but
are they plotting against me?
It's German, so he lines that with Hitler and thinks, you know what? I'll give you a pass.
Yeah, I'll give her a pass,
It depends. He used to taunt her, apparently. He openly admitted he used to taunt her by saying 2 world wars and 1 World Cup at her.
Of course he did, because he's a small-minded moron,
Yeah, that's absolutely true. He was confronted about the
4 World Cups.
Well, again, he was confronted about the whole thing with regard to foreign languages, because he and at the time UKIP had made a big deal of saying that there were so many children in England who did not speak English, as who just didn't speak English in school. And it was pointed out, no, the statistic is that the children have English as a second language. It's not the primary language they speak at home, but it's their second language. Your children would fall into that statistic.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you want to have a multilingual child? I want to be a polyglot.
I mean,
I speak fluent Greek. You know what I mean? And Cypriot. There's some differences.
To my shame, I don't really speak any foreign languages. But again, which I was somewhat embarrassed by because my grandmother was German. So, but at the same time,
Shredder speaks fluent Scottish. Oi, bring me my drink.
I can understand a lot of German as well because of what I learned in school. I can if I'm there for like a week, I start speaking it.
I speak
better. Spanish, I understand a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
And I speak some
again,
conversation.
Like you said, Christine, why is there an objection to children being multilingual? I don't get it. But I think what happens is that the likes of Farage, etc., they would bring up children speaking a language other than English as the primary language and use that to suggest they're coming over here, they're not speaking our language. So then
we have two national languages, and
you've got French and English in Canada, don't you?
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah.
I'm just thinking though, like when you mentioned 2 World Wars and 1 World Cup, and Farage would be taunting his wife about that. But I'm just thinking Farage, he's more, him and his ilk are more, they're more in the Hitler bracket of things regarding how they think and their opinions on the world, and they would be.
Farage has said his political hero was Enoch Powell.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's hang on. Let's not. Can we not paint Anglos in with Hitler because they're just as fucking racist and implemented a lot of the shit that Hitler did as well in the colony. You know what I mean? So we always use Hitler as this like that's the scapegoat for racism, but it's like no, English racism makes German racism look fucking tame in comparison.
Look at Oswald. Look at Oswald Mosley.
Yeah, your Mosleys, your pals, all this kind of shit. We have our own.
Here in America, Cody Rhodes eradicated racism. So here in America, we're good.
I know you're lucky.
I know,
you're
right?
Lucky.
We are completely free of all racism here.
All he had to do was have a mixed race baby and beat up a black man.
That's it.
That story, I have a lot of respect for Dusty Rhodes because he went with that one particular wrestler who was a white supremacist, and he took him to a Klan rally, Dusty Rhodes, and Dusty Rhodes thought, "Fuck this," and turned around. And respect for Dusty Rhodes after that, that he didn't want to be any part of that.
Well, Dusty was someone who
he probably just thought the hood was itchy.
Dusty knew that there were very, very few wrestlers who were actually catering to the black audience who were showing up to the shows. Again, there was a large contingent of black people who did show up, even though the crowds were segregated. But there was no heroes for that audience. So Dusty played into that, and he decided he was going to make himself marketable to that demographic. There's been other cases as well where I wish I could remember exactly who it was, but there was a wrestler who got himself arrested for drinking in a blacks only bar. So this was in the South during Jim Crow.
Yeah,
and
Jim Crow. Yeah.
He went to a bar that was for black people. Went there, started drinking with the people that were there, and obviously law enforcement were not happy that a white man was going into a black person's bar.
That's because he wanted to have a good time.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He got arrested. He got booed to hell for the rest of his career by the white audience while he was down there.
Sputnik Monroe.
Yeah, that's him, Sputnik Monroe, and he became a hero to the black audience.
Yeah, he knew where the market was.
Hey, we got a funeral friend back here. Hopefully, Trump will get banned from a few more states. People have to vote third party Bertie then. Well, you know what? I just want to actually just RFK Jr. Never in my life have I wanted someone not to be president simply because I hate the sound of their fucking voice. You know what I mean? When
Voice sounds
RFK
like he's in an area with bad signal on a mobile phone.
yeah, he sounds like he's fucking drowning. You know what I mean?
Stop it. Zab, he was ill. That's the reason he's got that. So maybe less of the voice stuff, mate.
I'm really sorry, though. I'm very sorry.
You could criticize.
I can't handle. I'm very sorry, but I'm being very. I'm being very
ill.
honest.
He's got a disability. He had like.
I can't handle the sound of his. But look, he's also a cunt. Yeah. So you couple couple the fact that he's a cunt with the way with him fucking sounding like he's fucking trying to gasp for air in a swimming pool. I can't stand when he fucking talks. I'm really sorry. I think if he wasn't a cunt and he sounded the way he did, I probably wouldn't have minded so much. But the idea of this guy being the most powerfulest man in the world, talking the way he does, I would find that very off-fucking-putting. I'm very sorry for sounding so fucking, bigoted and saying that.
Who are we talking about?
RFK Jr.
Yeah. I can't, Biden does
RFK Jr.
Yeah, his voice. Okay. I can't handle it. I can't handle his fucking voice. I just hate it. I hate the way he sounds. I hate the way he talks. And I just had to get that off my chest.
Okay, well, speaking of Trump, we can talk about Colorado.
He's been banned from the primaries by the state Supreme Court. They've cited
a Republican full of Republicans, so they can obviously blame the Democrats for what Colorado did, because that's what Republicans do. But it was Republican politicians who fucking banned him in the first place.
They've cited Section 3 of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which was drafted back in the day by the Republicans to keep out insurrectionists. It was to keep out people who rebelled against the United States during the Civil War.
We're talking about Trump, right?
Yes.
We're talking about Trump now, And
because of his involvement in January 6th, the Colorado State Supreme Court have said no ifs or buts. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment applies, and he is not able to stand for office because, again, he was involved in insurrection against the United States.
Yeah, and it's a popular opinion.
I mean, it's so cut and dry. And he instigated it.
Well, that's the thing. There's some semantics being argued by certain members of the Republican Party. They're trying to argue, for example, that the 14th Amendment doesn't specifically state the president, so that doesn't count. There's others who are saying, well, using this is a violation of due process of law, despite the fact that there is actually precedent for senators and other elected officials being removed or disbarred from office or kept off the ballot because they were involved in insurrection against the United States.
Yep.
Oh, they'll fight it. I mean, obviously, he needs to get into office just to save his butt, because if he's in office, they can't charge him with anything, right?
I believe this is valid up. I believe this goes up on until, is it February the 4th or the 14th? It's one of those 2 dates. It's when the deadline is that for Colorado to print the ballot papers for the primaries. Now the Supreme Court has got the option to challenge it. I think they've only got about 14 or 15 days left, so it might actually be the 4th, but they've got about 14 or 15 days left. And 6 of those days are weekends and national holidays when the Supreme Court will not be sitting in session. Now, the big question
if I were on the Supreme Court, all of a sudden I'd be like, you know what? I don't feel so good today, or can I cash in my holidays?
The problem is
I can't show up to vote.
The Supreme Court is majority right-leaning, and 3 of those judges were appointed by Trump.
Oh, that's too bad.
So that's that. But the big thing is, will the Supreme Court decide to go against states' rights?
Yeah,
because we've heard that argument from the Republicans so many times over the years. States' rights, states' rights, states' rights. Here's the state of Colorado saying he's ineligible. We do not recognize his eligibility to stand for office.
But they're
hypocrites. Is the Supreme Court going to piss all over that?
They're hypocrite, but they didn't give a fuck about the abortion ban, did they? And then regarding so many states saying, being pro-abortion. And then once that happened, they realized, you know what, fuck it, we'll just make it nationwide and say fuck the states, which is their new plan now.
Pro-choice, buddy. It's pro-choice. No one's pro-abortion, really. If you think about it.
Sorry.
I know it's semantics.
Sorry. I meant to say that. I forgot the terminology. Pro-choice.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But I like to correct people when I hear that because I don't think anyone's really pro-abortion. I think they're pro-choice because, like, who wants to have an abortion? I mean,
Sam likes
it's
to kill
a
babies.
Necessity.
Yeah, for sure. No, yeah.
Zam kills babies all the time in front of his
computer. That story of that woman. Obviously, we spoke about this the other week, but that woman who was having to give birth to a dead fetus, pretty much a dead fetus, it's heartbreaking because it's going to cause so much damage to her and stuff like that. And the Republicans don't give a shit. Medical experts are saying that she needs to have this abortion, and the judges are saying they know more than the fucking doctors. It's just,
and she wants to have kids, and she might not be able
got two already. Yeah,
they're just getting off on being finally in control of a woman's body again.
I mean, if we really want to stop abortion, I mean, I'm not for this, but if you want to get technical, why not every mature male have a vasectomy then? Because they can be reversed. And wouldn't that cut down on abortions?
I would love for them to pay for my vasectomy.
Well, it's like no one seems to, not no one. A lot of people aren't so concerned that the government wants to interfere with a woman's body. But try bringing up the argument where we're going to interfere with the men's reproductive organs.
Well, they can get Viagra under their health insurance in America, can't they?
Yep.
Whereas women can't get birth control.
Absolutely.
No vasectomies.
No. I'm saying he's saying that the fact is that your health insurance can actually cover the cost of Viagra, whereas your health insurance will not cover the cost of birth control if you're a woman.
And doesn't
I'd have to
God
look.
have
I
a
don't
plan?
know.
So when God plans for you to have a baby, doesn't he also plan for you to have a flaccid penis?
You would think so, but no. This is a big thing about. I want to say 10 years ago, Rush Limbaugh, for example, he had this big platform where he was lambasting a woman who actually was campaigning for the right to have birth control on her health insurance plan. And this woman was pointing out the fact that, men can get dick pills, Viagra, on their health insurance, whereas she can't she's not allowed access to birth control under her health insurance plan.
Yeah, I've never had to buy Viagra or birth control, so I honestly do not know.
But that was the thing that was going on, and Rush Limbaugh
breeding like a rabbit.
He called this woman a slut. He said that the fact he would agree to it under certain conditions. I can't remember exactly what they were, but it was basically again attacking her as a whore.
And birth control isn't just to prevent unwanted pregnancies. A lot of women suffer from, and I'm so mad at myself for not remembering the technical term, but it's a growth-like substance that will be flaring up during a period, and it reduces the amount and size, which, at the least will cause you a lot of pain, but the most could interfere with your ability.
Are you talking about cysts?
Thank you. Fuck. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, cysts on the ovaries are. I had an ex who had that, and it's painful and it gets inflamed, and yeah, it. Listen, I always say, I thank God that I'm a guy because I would not want to be a woman, and I feel like they go through so much. I think any woman that gives birth should get a medal, unless they're like some really bad parent or something like that. But
again,
your body
over here,
crazy.
They get plenty of paid maternity leave as well. But that's about it, really. They don't get fuck all else anymore. Yeah.
We have
child tax credits and all that kind of shit.
We have parental.
In America, they don't give a fuck about women.
We have parental leave here, so both men and women that become new parents, can get leave from work.
Yeah, guys get nothing. Women just get barely anything. I think they're eligible for like 6 weeks, but that's kind of per the discretion of the company too. Like they can make you use PTO. They can. I mean, it's insane and sad.
And if you want a stronger generation, and if you just want to be greedy about it, if you want an intelligent, strong workforce to carry on to make your GDP grow in the future, the best way to do that is for your generation first year of life to have guidance, to have a parent or parents there, so that they get fed and rested and taught and given the cuddles they need so they grow up more adjusted.
Oh, you're turning our American kids into weenies. No more hugs and cuddles.
I got hugs and cuddles
logic you're talking about.
And I will shoot a bitch if I have to. But I don't.
Weenies.
Rick, I have boobs anyway, honey. You can come and play with these bad boys.
I love to be a woman or have boobs at the very least. I wouldn't pay for anything. Listen, you will have to pay for something. You just don't realize how you have to pay for it.
Yeah, you get catcalled all the time.
You get bored very, very quickly, and then you get the back pain, so it's not worth it. Okay, trust me.
He doesn't pay for anything anyway. He lives off his mother.
No, but the point is, you think being a woman means that you're gonna get everything for free. Nothing is for free, mate. You know, if you're not fucking offering yourself to that man who's buying you everything, then you're not gonna be worth shit.
Yeah,
and the
no one's gonna buy anything just for being pretty. They're gonna want to take advantage of that pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, Rick will love it, mate. He gets pegged anyway, so
Very
you know.
And have you heard of something? Have you heard of something called the pink tax?
The what?
Pink
No.
tax.
Pink tax.
Please enlighten me.
Go to the drugstore, and everything that you would normally buy for hygiene, deodorant, razors, toothpaste, that sort of thing. Go down the aisles and just buy the stuff that's targeting women. So the pink razors, the deodorants with the the scent of lavender for her, blah, blah, blah. Put that in one cart. Take a second cart, go down the aisle like you would any other day and buy the stuff you normally buy as a man. Go to the fucking counter. Sorry. Go ring that stuff up.
How dare you use that language?
We all have our dreams.
You will see a difference.
So as a good friend of mine, like we go on holidays a lot, and when she went to the shop to buy the razors, the pink ones, I was like, what's the difference between these and the men's ones? And you look at there is no fucking difference, but the cost in euros was like by extra three euros, and it's just like, why, you know? And but there's always been that whole thing, like the same product that men and women can use. Yeah, there's the pink tax on it, which is just fucking ridiculous. So I was like, no, just go get the male razors instead. Just, you know, get disposables or get a fucking Mac 3, mate. You'll be fine. Kind of thing.
Ginger, they're pink.
Listen, I'd use pink razors if they were cheaper. I don't give a shit.
Right?
And they think that we're gonna, and unfortunately, some people fall for that. Oh, it's pink. You know, I don't fall for that shit.
Yeah, none of that. Make it black. And
I had a purple toothbrush recently because that brand was cheaper.
Purple.
I wanted to be like royalty, like the queen.
Yeah, at one time you weren't allowed to have purple things because it was reserved for kings and queens. You're right.
That's right. And pink used to be a male color, a masculine color.
It's my favorite color, pink.
Well, we know why. I mean, come on, Zam. I mean, we're not
the Heart Foundation.
Yeah, well, like Ginger.
The Heart Foundation.
Ginger just said when babies were born back in the day, male children were wrapped in pink and girls were wrapped in blue. I mean, it's all construct.
Let's put it this way. All the traditional shit that conservatives bang on about, all traditions and all this kind of shit, All that shit has been manufactured by corporations in the 20th century. The diamond wedding ring, the diamond rings, the fucking wedding dresses, the lavish weddings, the fucking, the masculine, feminine colors, the fucking Christmas, Santa Claus. He's red because of Coca-Cola. He used to be green.
Yep. I was gonna say, I knew he was green. He used to be green.
Yep.
Or if you buy a cake, and it can be a several layered tiered cake. But if you were to say it's for my wedding, they'll jack the prices.
Of course.
Well, in central London, we have Oxford Street, Regent Street. We have our Christmas lights, and for a long time, the Christmas lights used to be that of like things that associated with Christianity, like maybe Jesus Christ, stuff like that. And then that changed, was apparently people who are Muslim were offended by this, and so they got rid of the fucking religious aspect of the Christmas street lights, and they replaced it with commercialism. So we used to have fucking Jesus Christ. Now you got Goofy and Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny and all of that shit. But they blame Muslims for that because apparently Muslims were offended. But the reality is corporations were wanting to sell their shit. And so they put their shit on the Christmas lights and just use Muslims as the fucking scapegoat. And it really pisses me off shit like that. It really does.
And not to mention, Christmas was the pagan holiday. So their tradition is just them showing off that they have ignorance about their own traditions.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, Christianity was built on the backs of pagan holidays because it had to interject itself everywhere. Like the fucking plague that it is.
They had to keep people in, but like you said, keeping the same date, like the summer and winter solstice and stuff, and say, oh, that's actually when Christ was born, your winter solstice. He wasn't according to your own Bible, but we'll skip that part. And
I think it was according to the old Roman census. Like when the census happened, it was like September, right? It was right around then.
Something like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's all stupid. Like they just picked a date and they're just like, oh, this is the day that you're born. It's like, it's all stupid. Like that's why I don't like it. Call it what it is. Like Christmas is a commercialized holiday. I mean, if you're gonna be religious about it, then actually be religious about it. But it's like it's a
capitalist holiday. Like in Greece,
holiday. It's like Black Friday.
Up until the 90s, like all this shit. Like I'd talk about like getting presents for Christmas Day and all this kind of shit. In Greece, it was unheard of. It's like they might exchange the odd gift at New Year's, but in Greece, the main part of Christmas was New Year's, and it's based on a calendar thing. So it's like
that's because it's a country full of pagans anyway. So
yeah, exactly. We have the old, I think the Gregorian calendar, which that's where
Greek
the
Orthodox calendar.
Yeah, the Greek Orthodox calendar. So they'd celebrate, but the celebration of New Year was celebration of New Year. It's fuck all to do. Like the Greeks don't believe in the nativity. It's only a recent addition to the Orthodox Church. They don't believe in the nativity. They know it was a lie, constructed by I think it was it the Catholics or the Protestants who created the nativity? I can't fucking remember. But it's a very recent thing. Just like the rapture, it's a very recent thing. Like it's only in the medieval times.
I just want to quickly get to the comment.
It even says in the Bible not to bring a tree into your house, yet they're bringing a Christmas tree in every year. And Christians are all about, you want to ban Christmas, you don't want us to say Merry Christmas. Well, some of the very first Christians that came to America banned Christmas.
Yep. Because it's always a pagan thing.
Rigby, regarding your comment here, religious people ruin everything. You obviously responded to my Christmas light thing, but in this case, it wasn't the religious people; it was capitalists. And
religion does ruin just about everything. I mean, let's be real. I mean, like the problem.
I mean, look. Okay, 1 second. I mean, yeah. If this is something you like, then absolutely, I agree. The only reason to get excited for Christmas is the EastEnders Christmas special. If you love EastEnders, then yeah, I don't. But my reason for getting excited for Christmas is food.
Food.
All food.
Family.
Holidays. Yeah.
Speaking of holidays,
I see my family all the time. Like
Well,
this is the thing as well. When you're in a community where I literally see my family every fucking week, the family aspect of it is irrelevant. That's why a lot of Christmases I'd go to like either a friend's house or to my cousin's house. I know that's family, but that's not family you see all the time. When you're talking family, you mean brother, mother, father, all that kind of stuff. So I don't really give a shit about that aspect of it. For me, it's just food, party, have a good time.
Presents as well. So go on.
I was going to say, speaking of holidays, tomorrow's the 23rd. Is anyone celebrating Festivus?
No.
I forgot my poll, so
I've
not
got
this
some
year.
grievances.
It just turned 23rd right now.
There.
Yeah, get your grievances.
Oh, not right now. I mean, when I go see my parents, I'm gonna bitch about my brother in name only.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I like receiving and giving presents. A couple of years ago, I sent Cheeto a whole bunch of goodies from United Kingdom, and now his mates Adam and Mike have got a bunch of stuff. I sent some stuff also to Mike, Major Rage. He done a video which will be coming out soon here on our channel, unboxing and all of that. It was
tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Yeah, and I love seeing the reaction of our American friends and brothers and cousins, just devouring the best of British, and I felt
do that for me. Do that for me.
I'll do that for you. I'll do that for you next year, Chris. I promise.
Prawn chips.
I
hope so, Rick.
I done it for Cheeto last year, and this year I've done it for Mage and a couple of friends of ours called Adam and Mike.
Yep. Video is on in our food reviews playlist, and so the new ones will be too.
But I can do it right
British,
here.
I mean, you don't include Iron Brew.
I'll throw in. I don't put any liquids. Actually, I'm just too scared to put liquids in the package sending abroad. But what I do is I send them some of the best of our British chocolates. Like our Cadbury's and stuff like that. Some Roundtree's sweets as well. Some proper English crisps as well, like your kettle chips.
All owned by American companies.
Yeah, but they don't get it there. And obviously, without a doubt, a Terry's chocolate orange every fucking time. You know what I mean? So, yeah, and just let them taste some proper, real good quality confectionery, because I've had the confectionery in America and Canada, and it's shit. It is really fucking shit. I will stand by our chocolate bars every fucking day of the week compared to what you guys have, and I want you guys to appreciate that.
Quick question: do you guys get Tunnix products down there? Things like the tea cakes or
we get
caramel wafers.
Yeah. I love the caramel wafers. That's in my god tier list of chocolate bars.
What about Tablet? Do you get that there?
What's that one?
Tablet.
Yeah. What is it? What's in it? You fucking idiot.
It's generally made with sugar and condensed milk.
It's a very acquired taste.
It's not like the marshmallow. It's not the tea cakes, is it?
No. It's like I tried to explain it.
While you're looking that up, it would be awesome, even if, because I've never tried these Jaffa cakes.
Jaffa cakes, yeah.
Okay, I'll send you some Jaffa cakes next year.
Prawn chips.
Prawn cocktail crisps. Yeah.
Prawn cocktail crisps. I'll put them on the list as well.
Crisps.
Yeah.
And I could open it up on one of these shows.
Yeah, sounds good. What was the thing you talked about, Shredder? Tablet. Right. And it's Tunox, is it?
No, just search Tablet in Scotland and you'll find it instantly.
Right. Sorry.
Prawn cocktail crisps and fucking Jaffa cakes you can find in every shop in the United Kingdom, Chris, guaranteed. So I'll send you a batch of them.
Sure. It's like a fudge thing.
A little bit like that, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's like fudge. It's different texture entirely.
All right. No, I don't think
Chris, how far are you from London, Ontario?
5-hour drive.
All right, you take that 5-hour drive and you go to Shelby Shawarma. and you ask for you get a shawarma from that place. I heard it's really good.
Yeah, he's just heard it's really good. He's like, he's gonna make her drive 5 hours just for something that might be good.
That is a Zam, can we really trust your taste? I mean, you think Taco Bell is good?
Well, yeah, it's the best. I actually I don't mind. I don't think Taco Bell is amazing, but at the same time, it's I want Mexican food, so it's the best I'm going to get. You used to post about it
non-stop.
Let me give Zam this. Zam is a fucking great cook. Now, when you're a great cook, I think you're valid to be a food critic as well. Doesn't matter if you like things that you shouldn't really like. Okay, the fact is, the guy can cook. He knows how to cook. So it's not just somebody who eats crap all the time and just has an opinion on crap. You know,
as long as you don't consider Taco Bell an actual Mexican restaurant, and if you enjoy it, fine.
I say we all have our guilty pleasures. I mean, let's be real. You know,
exactly. There's soft in tacos. Oh, I love them.
Yeah, Rick, the orange arrow bar's been around for ages.
Hold on, Mr. System.
Yeah.
Orange arrows are nice, man. I love them.
Yeah, American chocolate is fucking awful.
What? The American chocolate, Hershey's. No wonder they line that with shit.
Yeah, you know, the problem is with Hershey's chocolate is the fact that they can't use actual milk in it.
Oh, that's no wonder. Well,
yeah, that's right. It's not milk chocolate.
That's why American chocolate tastes like wank, because it can't use actual milk in it.
Yeah.
What do they use then?
UHT or powdered stuff.
When I was in Belgium, I was such an idiot because I wasn't thinking. It was my first trip to Europe. I was kind of overwhelmed. The whole time in Belgium, finally getting on the train to go. I think I was going to.
What are we looking at, Zam?
Germany, and I was, fuck, I haven't tried any chocolate here.
About that.
So, I'm an idiot.
Yeah. I mean, look, we bang on about British stuff, but listen, when it comes to chocolate, the fucking Belgians and the Germans and the Swiss have it down to a T.
So you want regular garlic or a spicy garlic?
Spicy garlic.
I give you the regular, my friend.
You told this guy what you want, he'll give you the opposite.
Yeah, Abbas, where's the cheese? I need more cheese. Abbas is going to run and get the cheese. Yeah. Now I'm going to add some mozzarella cheese. So
I know better than
shawarma?
Chicken, of course.
I give you the beef.
See, there you go.
Like the onions? You get some onions like that. Some tomatoes. Now I'm going to add halloumi cheese like that, my friend.
What is that, sorry?
Halloumi cheese. Hi, my friend. How are you?
He doesn't talk like that. He's a proper Canadian. He's got a Canadian accent, but you know he's putting on the accent, my friend.
Yeah. I get that.
It's amazing.
That's not shawarma. Shawarma quesadilla.
Yeah, but they've Americanified it to a degree.
Why the fuck are there cheese in the shawarma?
What the fuck is?
No, don't fucking drive 5 hours down there to eat that garbage.
No, you don't have to have cheese in the shawarma, but you can have cheese in the shawarma. Like I've been to kebab shops, yeah. Look, let's just get rid of that.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, but you were in danger of having us turning into Sniper Wolf.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I've been to kebab shops where you can have cheese in your fucking kebab. You know, like they put American cheese, the sliced cheese, in your fucking in your pita bread. You know,
it's cheddar. It's cheddar. Not American.
All right. This is the sliced cheese, but yeah,
it's American. It's America cheese. American cheese.
America.
2% milk, 98% plastic.
There is a shawarma place down the road from me that does like tacos cheese as well.
The American
cheese. 98% plastic, baby. Lines the intestines.
Oh yeah, you can get drunk and punch your wife easily without
try and take a lighter to it.
It's like you're not supposed to eat it with the wrapper.
Tastes better.
Anyway.
Well, anyway, Anne Reardon. I know what you're talking about. The whole thing with taking the lighter to it and it burning. There's actually a very, very good video by Anne Reardon of how to cook that, where she actually discusses why that's the case. So, because Anne Reardon is a food scientist, and she actually goes into depth and explains why the cheese burns the way it does.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Like it's supposed to, or is that like a bad thing?
No, it's fine. It's natural the way it burns like that because of the way it's made.
Hey, you know what? I was trying to tell a joke. Stop fact checking me.
Yeah, Shredder, stop fact checking people.
God damn it! When it comes to food, we fact check the shit out of everything.
Yeah, listen. You stick to wrestling, man. You fact check us on wrestling.
Anyway, Chris, you've got a mission
kidding,
now. 5 hours.
You know I'm
5 hours
joking.
to London, Ontario.
I know.
And go for a Shelby shawarma.
Okay. You know.
And
I was
review it.
Iron brew while you're out there.
I
That's
was
one of
just
the first things I
fucking
do when
with
I
you,
get to Scotland is get a can of iron brew. I know we've got it
Yeah,
down here, but
Get it
it
here,
tastes
man.
it
It
tastes
does?
different.
Have
Yeah,
you
it
had the
does.
Iron Brew 1901?
No,
You know,
My-
I just want to. I don't know if
No,
you
I
know me.
haven't.
You know, I was just fucking with you, right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
we're still gonna
Yeah.
fact check you, love. You know what I mean?
My cousin
Food.
in Iceland, he loves two things in this country. He loves the flake chocolate, Dairy Capri's flake. He loves that, and he also
Getting
loves
pegged
Iron
by
Brew.
Skinhead.
He loves fucking Iron Brew. He loves it.
Well, Flake,
So,
they
yeah.
fucked up the chocolate. I mean, they changed the recipe on it to where it now crumbles apart to so badly inside the wrapper to the point where a lot of ice cream vans just aren't able to sell it now. They aren't able to put it in the cones anymore.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
again,
should
you know, the
put it in
Americans
the freezer.
and the quality of the chocolate has gone down. Like
Put the flake in the freezer, and that way it stays stable.
Yeah,
Well, you could
if
use-
Cadbury
use-
fucking
use-
seen
use a
what
twirl.
happened to his company, like he'd be spinning in his fucking grave.
No, just use a
Absolutely.
twirl.
Anyone see
Yeah,
Aquaman 2 yet?
well, No, and I'm not
No.
gonna.
Not
Well, we've
interested.
seen Rebel Moon, and our review for that is on our channel. So check that
Wait a minute.
out.
Aquaman the Rebuilder was not Aquaman 2?
No, it was better. we go check out our reaction.
Oh my
to
god.
Aquaman the Rebuilder. That is the best fucking fan film you're gonna see. Like we nearly died laughing. It was.
Oh
Check
yeah.
that out.
I
funny.
think
I take it as one of those movies that is just so fucking bad that it's actually hilarious to
Oh,
watch.
Yep.
Right, Gaz, just 1 second. I'll let you speak, but don't spoil anything. What happens? Go.
okay. It is worth you watching it, Serena. Honestly, the fight scene in it, just I know not spoiled anything by just saying that.
Yeah, the fight scene. Like I said to my friend when I shared it to him yesterday, I said, watch the first 2 minutes, because that part's hilarious. Skip the bit where he's talking to his friend out in the ice and all that, and then get to the part where he's back in the sea. Okay, and the fight's about to break out. That's all you need in life. It's awesome, and the guy's hair out of this fucking world. Like he has a mane to be envy. Any women should be envious of his mane.
Now,
and-
am I going to be in for a treat similar to, say, I don't know, Samurai Cop, where the fight sequence were just so
Yes.
bad but hilarious at the same time, and also
Listen, the choreography
there's portions of
this-
Samurai Cop where you can actually play a game where you can determine when the actor he's got his real hair or he's wearing a wig.
Yeah, but the
Because
reshoots,
he cut his hair. He had this glorious like long hair, and then he cut it off after the movie was done. Then to find out that they needed to do reshoots.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, so Mr. System, watch that on our channel. The Aquaman, what's it called again? Requiem.
No, the Rebuilder, right? Rebuilder?
The Rebuilder, Aquaman Rebuilder on our channel. We did a reaction to that. That will be better than any Aquaman 2 Electric Boogaloo you got going, man. Trust me. And
I'm
Rebel
pretty sure we're
Moon-
like making up a category in the Golden Glasses Awards for that one.
Well, this one here should fall under the Ray Harryhausen Awards. That's how good it is. Ray Harryhausen is the claymator from like Clash of the Titans, Jason the Argonauts, and all of that.
Yeah, I love
This
stuff
is a-
like that. Yeah,
Yeah. So please go watch the fan film.
And you
then
we don't plug like fan films like this. Like we'll react to them, but we won't sit here on a stream and just say you gotta go watch it. Like usually, normally it has to hit us a special sort of way.
Okay. Yeah. With Rebel Moon, Mr. System, honestly, like I won't say go watch our review of it because it's spoilerific. Save yourself 2.5 hours, mate. Don't bother. Or
so
if
then
you do,
watch the spoiler review and just.
I'll do a semi-spoiler review. What Star Wars is more or less a remake of it. There you go.
And the Seventh Samurai.
It's
and Dune. And pretty much everything, and John Carter, and maybe a bit of Harry Potter in there as well. But look, I because I went in there with a negative mindset, I ended up not being as let down as like these guys were. Maybe because my mindset was so on the negative watching it. It didn't end up being as bad for me as I thought it would be. So I personally gave it a 6.5 out of 10. But it's not perfect, far from it. Like the Snyderisms are like he is turned up to 11, especially with the slow mo.
I was about to say, is there slow mo in it?
Is there slow mo in it? The film might as well be at 0.5 speed throughout. You know what I mean? So it's like
Mr. System. It thinks it's a grittier version of Star Wars. But what it is a here's a thing for 2 minutes, now on to the next thing, now on to the next thing, now after to this planet, then on to this planet, then the characters that were meant to feel something for things are happening, nothing's happening, whatever, we don't care, let's move on to the next bit. That's the film. It's not gritty, it's not encapsulating, it brings nothing new to the table. It doesn't, you don't give a fuck about the characters at all. And the only good thing in it is the fucking bad guy in it, and that's about it. So it fails on every level to deliver. If you're gonna be a film that copies other elements, which by the way I have no problem with that because every film does it and it's perfectly fine. What the fuck do you think Star Wars was? Okay, but to do it that badly. It's just an insult to whatever you're trying to pay tribute to. I showed my son Samurai Cop last week. He loved it. Went to the premiere of Samurai Cop 2 at the Prince Charles Cinema and met Matt Hannon. I've been to the Prince Charles to watch The Room with the two actors in it. That was a fucking great event. But anyway, what were we talking about? I went sidetracked.
Star Wars, Rebel Moon.
Oh yeah, Rebel Moon. Don't bother with it if I'm being honest. Oh, wait for the director's cut. That's going to be 4.5 hours. That's going to be awesome.
Look, Ginger says don't bother with it. I personally think, look, make your own mind up. Watch it. It's on Netflix. Give it a go. See what you.
Yeah, if you're already paying for Netflix,
do that
you're going out of your way.
Do what Sam said.
Yeah, it's 71%.
Like Ginger.
It's a 71% audience review for it. So yeah, it's between 1 and 3, 1 and 4 people don't like it. So see how you find it yourself.
The others that like it are idiotic Snyder Bros and Sam. Okay, watch it. But he is. I get it. But he is. I'm not joking when I say that there is going to be a 4.5 hour director's cut coming out next year of this.
And that's just the first part.
And that's for the first part. So you're going to get 8 hours of the most boring, mundane bollocks. You know, I was saying in the review, when Lord of the Rings did it, give you icing on top of icing, not icing on top of a turd.
No, but like Batman vs Superman wasn't that great, but the director's cut made that film much better, and I think it's much better.
7 minutes to the movie. That did, man. Batman versus Superman was just bad in general. It maybe added more context.
Oh no, right. There is a director's cut Batman versus Superman.
Yeah, there was more Clark Kent like motzing around and acting like he's
like Clark Kent being this investigator and as a journalist. It really added a lot to my opinion, in my opinion, and I appreciate the director's cut a lot more. I'm surprised, and he said it was about 10 minutes, but still it's significant and the fact that they couldn't add all of that into the movie was just ridiculous. Plus, they ruined the film. I think people would have enjoyed the film a lot more if they didn't see all the fucking spoilers in the trailer as well. I think that ruined the film too.
Fucking help.
Here's the thing. I mean, you mentioned about how like it's got 70%. It means like 3 out of 10 people hated it. I'll give you an example of another movie, which again, you're talking about, an audience rating. The Zookeeper. That thing has a 40% audience rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Means actually 4 out of 10 people liked that movie.
Wait, which one?
Yeah.
I missed the name of the movie.
The Zookeeper.
Oh God.
I don't think I've actually seen that one.
Okay, well, here we have a good question. And any films next year you are interested in? Yes, Deadpool 3.
Deadpool 3.
Is that
Joker
next year or is that 2025?
No, it's 20. That's
Next
the
year.
only MCU movie coming out in 2024 right now.
Deadpool 3, yeah.
Yep.
I
That's
can't
the only
wait.
one.
I'm gonna have to actually see
Joker.
what movies are coming out.
Oh, is Joker 2
Joker,
coming out next year?
Joker 2. I'm gonna
Hang on,
fence up
guys.
because-
Yeah, I'll get a list up here. Hang on.
Yeah, Joker 2
So
I'm not interested in
I've
at
got one
all.
up now.
I thought the first Joker movie was good because of the story it told, but like now, like I don't know about a sequel. Like I'm like, and now it's a musical. I'm
Look.
like, fuck off. I'm
my
all
only
for it.
issue, my only issue with the first Joker movie is that they anti-hero Joker too much for my liking. If they
All right,
didn't
let's
do that,
not do a review of fucking Joker now. Let's talk about films that are coming out that would. Oh, look, there's a Paddington Bear sequel coming out.
Actually,
Oh, Paddington! Yay!
Doom
Inside
Part
Out
2.
2. Why?
Doom Part 2 definitely. Doom Part 1 was fantastic.
Okay,
What's
the
this
one
one?
I'm looking forward
Don't care
to,
about that.
for maybe good or bad. Beetlejuice 2, I'm looking forward to.
No,
Beetlejuice
no.
Not looking forward to that. Terrified.
No.
Mean Girls. Now, this one here, they should not have called it Mean Girls because it actually looks good, but because it's called Mean Girls, there's a lot of hatred towards it, and it's justified because it doesn't look like Mean Girls at all. And I don't even know why you're
It's gonna
remaking
go
it.
one of two ways. It's either gonna be shit, complete shit, or very entertaining. I think.
I'll show you the trailer for it. Hang on, because it looks surreal enough where I'm going to enjoy it.
What about Craven the Cunt Face?
Demonetized.
Yeah, one second.
Craven?
Oh, I can't wait for Craven. That's gonna be so great.
Okay, the sequel to Gladiator is coming out next year. I am kind of
The
interested.
sequel to what is coming out next year?
Gladiator.
Oh, Gladiator. Oh yeah, fuck! I forgot they were making that.
Beverly Hills Cop 4.
You've got Madam Web, which everyone's looking forward to. Craven.
Oh god, that looks awful.
Hey! Don't be knocking on CW.
Kung Fu Panda 4. Woohoo! Gladiator 2. Get the fuck. What's this? If. Oh no, that's that weird film. Ballerina.
Yeah, is that the one with
Quiet
Ryan
Place.
Reynolds in it and Imaginary
Yeah,
Friends?
that looks shit.
Yeah. We've got this pile of shit. Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire. I'm just gonna wait for -1 to come out on digital, and I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah, I need to see -1. Let me know what it does.
A lot of people are saying it's excellent, like the
It
best.
is excellent. I've seen
It's
it.
saying
It's
it's the best
fucking
one.
awesome. It's fucking awesome.
We've got Borderlands. Everyone who knows the game, the film is coming out next year.
I don't think I'll translate well to film, if I'm honest.
Why?
Yeah, it'll be a miracle if they pull it off.
Well, there's a Knives Out 3.
Yeah, that's one I'm actually looking forward to because I enjoyed the previous two Knives Out movies.
Oh, you guys like that film? Okay, fair enough.
No, I don't mind watching it, but I don't think they're as smart or who done it as people make it out to be. I've seen better types of who done it, and Ryan Reynolds just loves to throw in his fucking curveballs to,
Ryan Reynolds.
Not Ryan Reynolds, Ryan Johnson. Sorry, he loves to throw in his fucking curveballs in there, and
Yeah,
he's the who done it.
He likes the who done it. Who murdered the Star Wars franchise?
Yeah, exactly.
George Lucas.
You know who I would, or what I'd like to see, and I know it's going to sound funny because I'm really not into video games, but they did 4 movies. Not all were great, but a couple were with that. She was a model, Amelia something.
Djokovic.
Yeah, she did.
Mila Jovovich, the one who done the Resident Evil.
Post-apocalyptic movies.
Yeah, Resident Evil.
Yeah, Resident Evil film.
I love those.
They already just redid a Resident Evil movie. What was it? 2 years ago? Last year?
Yeah, it was shit.
I didn't think it was that bad.
They got worse and worse, by the way. As far as I was
I
concerned,
think-
yeah.
But they just redid
Well,
Resident
look,
Evil.
we've got the other Ghostbusters film coming out. We've got Despicable Me 4 coming out.
Well,
We've got
Ghostbusters.
Alien Romulus. That's a TV series. So I don't know why that's under here.
The
Lord of the
Ghostbusters
Rings,
movie
War of
could be
the
good or
Rohirrim.
bad. Like, I mean, they're going in a different direction, so it could be good that they're going in a different direction, or it just could be cheesy as hell and just not.
That's not coming out. That's not coming out in 2024. Don't know why they put that there. Sorry, what were you saying, Jason?
Oh, just about the Ghostbusters. It can be really, really good because they're going in a different direction, or it can be really, really shit because they're like not going to like they're just gonna like pander to like the merchandising and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't give a fuck about the Ghostbusters films. I only like the first one, and I love the cartoons.
Speaking of merchandising, though, one film that I'm actually very curious to see is Transformers 1, because it'll have no involvement at all from Michael Bay.
About time. So no cracks of ass in your face.
I thought the most recent one didn't have any Michael Bay influence.
He's still producing it.
Oh, was he still? Okay. I thought Bumblebee didn't have any Michael Bay influence either. That's why people liked it.
Well, he was still a producer, but he wasn't a director on it. But Transformers 1, the director's Josh Cooley. I'm not familiar with any of his work, but
who are they going to get to do Optimus Prime? Because hasn't Peter Fuller or Michael Cullen?
Chris Hemsworth is voicing Optimus Prime.
Really?
Really?
Well, here's some of the cast they've got. Chris Hemsworth is Optimus Prime. Brian Tyree Henry is voicing Megatron. Scarlett Johansson is Alita.
Oh God.
Keegan-Michael Key is
Bumblebee.
Alita
in it.
Yep. Keegan-Michael Key is Bumblebee. John Hamm is Sentinel Prime, and Lawrence Fishburne is Alpha Trion.
Nice.
I just want a proper Beast Wars movie, not the bullshit they gave us. Although some people said that I haven't seen the new one.
Bad Boys 4 is coming out for you idiots that like the Bad Boys films.
I hate those movies.
Well, the Lord of the Rings, War of the Rohirrim is also coming out at the end of next year. That's an animated.
Oh yeah, Kenji. Oh, I can't wait for that. If it's animated.
Yeah. They're Lord of the. They're doing. They're doing. The Amazon is doing a bunch of Lord of the Rings stuff. Like they're not just doing the Rings of Power; they're doing a bunch of stuff. So,
yeah. What'd you say, Shredder?
Yeah,
I'm saying there's a Garfield movie coming out. There's also a Looney Tunes movie coming out as well. Apparently.
Oh, I can't wait for the Garfield movie.
Film that got scrapped and then they put it back on.
I love Garfield, but I'm not so sure now.
I'm predicting potentially
Roadhouse
one of the worst movies of next year will also be an animated one, which will be Despicable Me 4.
How dare you? How
Roadhouse.
very dare you? Yeah, Roadhouse.
Roadhouse. Show me Roadhouse.
Oh, good. That's.
I mean, my three picks for worst movie next year, based on the list that's out so far. Beverly Hills Cop is one of them. Despicable Me 4, and I want to say probably Inside Out 2.
Oh, okay. For me, it's definitely going to be Craven, Madam Web, likely be Despicable Me 4 as well.
Madam Web for sure.
Godzilla,
Twisted, by the way.
Sonic 3, Beetlejuice 2, Venom 3. Yeah, those would definitely be on my list for worst.
I think isn't Venom 3 supposed to be rated R though this time? I thought they were saying it was supposed to be rated R now.
What is?
Venom 3.
Yeah, it is.
So they might go all in on it, which I'm good with. I like Tom
Sony
Hardy.
Film, man. Stop getting excited over Sony films. When have they ever made a good film?
I enjoyed Venom 1 and Venom 2. So
the animation is different. They have competent people in the animation, and they don't have the stink of Avi Arad.
What about the Spider-Man trilogy?
That's Disney's. They want to say it's Sony, but Disney had a heavy hand in the creation of that.
You're talking what, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies?
Yes.
No.
Disney did not have any.
The recent trilogy.
What are you on about? They oversaw it, like the production.
Tobey Maguire.
Oh, the Tobey Maguire. Oh, they only had what? Only the first one was good. The other two was shit.
No, second one was great.
Spider-Man 2 was good.
I know.
I actually
like. I hate it.
I like the entire trilogy personally. I thought they all thought.
No, they shouldn't have.
But
They
that's
shouldn't have gone
only
in
20
on
years ago. Look at Sony. That after Spider-Man 3, that you just look at Sony's slate there. You know, look at all the garbage they've remade. Look at all the shit that they churn out every year, and it consistently they still fucking make money, but it's consistently bad shit.
I'm surprised with Twister, by the way. They make it
20 years ago.
They're making a Twister sequel. They're making a Twister sequel, and Twister itself was just at the cusp of this beginning of this new age of special effects that was coming into movies, and Twister
and disaster movies on top of that. They just kept
exactly.
Bigger.
Yeah, and Twister was definitely part of that, and it's a fantastic film, Twister. But now they're bringing out Twister 2, like 25 years. Like 20, almost 30 years later, they're bringing out Twister 2. And
no, it's not based on the first one.
Infinite Earths.
No, I think what's her face? The actress in Twister is in the second one.
I'm pretty sure I heard that it is a reboot. Maybe she's in it like as a different character, but I don't. I'll have to look it up.
Unfortunately, because Bill Paxman is dead, so he can't come back. But the fact that they're going back to this world after almost 30 years is a bit sad, in my opinion.
You can technically have people coming back. You can technically have people coming back as the same character in a reboot. I mean, look at the Vacation franchise. I mean, you know, Chevy Chase came back and Clark Griswold in the latest Vacation movie.
I just want them to do a prequel to Twister and call it Titty.
Hey, got Karate Kid coming out, the film, the reboot, and that the first Omen. You can fuck off with that. You can't touch the originals.
Yeah,
the originals were perfection.
Well, they're doing Omen reboot again because they did one in the early 2000s. They did one in 2000. Actually, they did one in 2006 to coincide. It came out on July the 6th. July the 6th, 2006, to coincide with the birth of the Antichrist, that particular date, and and that had Liv Schreiber in it. That one did. Yeah. So why they're doing it again is just ridiculous.
Yeah, Mila Jovovich was your crush. I think she was a lot of people's crush, but she was too skinny for me and not my type.
I loved her in Fifth Element. That was her best movie.
I didn't have much of a crush on her.
We need to figure out what we think is going to be the worst movie of 2024, and set up a challenge of some kind where somebody from NerdTube has to solo review it.
Okay.
Has to sit and watch it.
It's going to be Craven or Madam Web, so that's going to probably get reviewed anyway.
Okay,
okay. If we haven't seen it, then one of us has to take the plunge, and that should be you, William.
Yes.
Why me?
Because you get all the time. If it's you doing it, it's something different, you know.
Yeah, like listen, you could review like the fucking Hobbit trilogy, and I would watch it. Like you do such good analytical breakdowns. I just love it.
Yeah, so it has to be you. I'm sorry, it's a creative decision, and
it's a creative decision. The creative powers that be, our new owners, Endeavor, have deemed that Shredder is going to do the review for.
The original. Were great.
I wouldn't mind Sam Neill coming back as a priest.
Speaking of new owners, have you heard about the possible talks of the merger between Warner Brothers Discovery and Paramount?
Oh,
yes. Yeah.
So Batman could be on the Enterprise.
Well, wasn't there like a book of X-Men and Star Trek?
Yes.
Yeah. I think they went up against the Shi'ar Empire.
They could do things now when they go on the holodeck and they can create a Gotham City or whatever, and
they were gonna have an episode, a holodeck episode of Gotham City Sirens.
Yeah.
Transformers versus the Justice League.
Like, remember look at this oldies movie.
Joe versus Suicide Squad. Let's go.
They're gonna we're gonna do movie night in our utopian future. Like, movie night here in the cargo bay. We're gonna sit down and watch Zack Snyder's Snyder Cut.
In fairness, I would pay good money for them to do something where they have like an adventure on the holodeck and they have Michael Dorn come back as Worf and he has to play Batman.
No,
With
has he
full
done
Worf
Batman
makeup.
voice or something?
Hmm?
Or has he ever played Batman before, like in a voiceover?
No,
or is it
no, I don't think he has. He's done some voices of characters in Justice League cartoons, but never a major one.
Right. Okay.
I think Brent
bring him back and play with Batman.
I think Brent Spiner could be a good Joker. He could be a good Riddler. He could be a good variety of different. He's a bit old now.
I would see him more as a Riddler, but it would be a great episode if we had like a Batman versus his rogues gallery.
Yeah, but again, just the whole idea of like Worf and Michael Dorn in full Worf makeup, but also having to be Batman in a holodeck simulation.
Oh, the Batman mask could have the ribs up the front.
Yeah. I wonder who he could be. Yeah.
I think we should have Ren play the Joker.
Who? Ren from Ren and Stimpy.
No, the singer Ren from Bristol.
I need to see.
I have no idea who that is.
Neither do I.
Who?
There's a guy, R-E-N, Ren, and he's a singer, writer he's from Wales, but he lives in Bristol.
I think you've mentioned him before. Yeah, he looks the part actually. Let me get.
He looks like, and the videos he does, he's very expressive. In his videos, he'd make a great Joker.
Listen, with the way de-aging has come along, man, we need just William Dafoe as the Joker.
Yeah, really. I mean,
well, I wouldn't mind Ren from Ren and Stimpy being the Joker. Holy you idiot!
Yeah,
there's rumors that Jason.
Oh, you could have Stimpy being Harley Quinn. There you go.
Yeah, Jason Ackles, who plays Soldier Boy in The Boys, he might be Batman.
Well, he's done the voice of Batman several times already.
No, are you talking about the Gun universe?
In the Gun universe,
No, I think they're campaigning for the guy who played Hawk in Titans.
No, they're campaigning for Reacher, the guy who plays Reacher.
Yeah, that's the guy who played Hawk in Titans. I don't know his name.
Titans,
that's the same guy.
Howard Richardson.
To play Batman.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can play. He doesn't look like Bruce Wayne. He doesn't come across like a Bruce Wayne to me.
I don't disagree with you. Bruce Wayne has always got those dark features, and he does not have dark features. He's built like a brick shit house, like Bruce Wayne is. But they'd really have to they'd probably have to put a wig on him because the hair's just not right, in my opinion. And I don't think the face is that right.
They wouldn't wig him; they'll dye his hair.
Oh yeah.
But, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He doesn't come. He comes across more of a hillbilly than he does come across as a city slicker. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure.
I'm the hero of the cities.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I mean, I'm sure there is roles for him to play within the DCEU, but not that one. I think I can see him playing a Green Arrow for sure.
I think he's too big to play Green Arrow. He is built like a brick shit house. You'd have to find somebody big.
He's 6'2". I mean,
he just seems too big for Green Arrow. You could have him play Superman.
I think he could be maybe better playing one of the villains in that universe. I don't know.
Maybe a Bane, if he could do the accent right.
I think it's Solomon Grundy.
No,
that's all CGI. There's no point. You lose his features. You can
play Bane for me. Bane for me. There's only one man for Bane, and that's Dave Bautista. Dave Bautista is perfect for Bane. You know what I mean?
Papa, please take back your city.
No, but this will be the Bane. Bane is equally intelligent as he is strong.
Oh, I know. I love Bane in the comic books, and even in the Arkham Origins game, they did Bane justice.
Even the DC animated universe did Bane justice.
In Young Justice, in Young Justice also, they did Bane some pretty good justice.
Not just Young Justice, but even go back and watch the old Batman the animated series. They did Bane justice in that too.
Yeah. I want to see.
That's what I'm saying. Everywhere except the movies, they've done Bane justice. And Gary, I don't want to hear about no freaking Nolan yeah. You know, the best thing. No, you know what? The best thing we got out of that Bane from Dark Knight Rises was the Bane from Harley Quinn. That is the best thing we got out of it.
That's it. Yeah,
that is it.
Look, I like the Dark Knight Rises, but I wish Bane had something to do with the Venom, like that. I feel the Venom juice that makes him powerful is fundamental to his character, and the fact that they didn't add that to him, I thought was they're missing out.
Nolan didn't want any kind of supernatural stuff. He wanted it grounded in realism.
Well, if they wanted grounded in realism, then the guy who just had his back broken shouldn't be climbing a wall with a rope alongside it and just failed and almost break his back it didn't break his back a second time. But that's Nolan for you.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, the Joker made sense to be more grounded in realism, but it's like, like you got Scarecrow in the first movie who, you know, and Ra's al Ghul, he can freaking resurrect himself, you know, like no, it's a comic book movie. I mean, make it a comic book movie. Like, you know, that's why I wasn't a huge fan of Joker. I feel like they should have called it they should have called the movie The Clown. You know what I mean? Like, don't call it the Joker. Call it The Clown.
I agree.
I like the message the movie had. I thought it was a stupid Joker movie.
Yeah. The one Batman movie I really want them to do a villain right with is Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, please. You know, Patrick Stewart was supposed to play Mr. Freeze in the original casting.
Jesus.
It was supposed to be. Yeah, it was supposed to go back to being more serious.
I like that.
Well, you can thank John Peters for that. I've talked about my hatred of John Peters, who owned the Superman and Batman properties at the time. He was executive producer on it. He was the one that began my hatred of all producers, because this is what they end up doing. You get fucking bat nipples and Arnie as Mr. Freeze with fucking one-liners. And you take a great director like Dog Shit and you make this dog shit.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. I love you. Look, things, I didn't mind it.
You know what killed the dinosaurs? The
Ice Age. Watching people mock that film, he was the best part of that movie.
He was. He was the best part of that film.
Like, even when he after their first fight, he walks away, goes, "I kill you next time." I love that shit, man. But
wait, who?
Schwarzenegger's Mr.
Oh yeah,
Freeze.
no. He knew exactly what he was getting himself into. I mean, that's why he was just like, okay.
I didn't like it. I didn't like his redemption at the end. That was a bit weak. And he looked like the fucking Borg, you know, with his outfit and shit like that. You know, I thought he'd be simulating people when he pulled his fucking pipes out of his fucking hand. You know, so yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to see. I'd like to see him, Mr. Freeze, introduced early as well, like a couple of teasers with him before he goes as the main bad, because he's such a compelling villain.
Oh yeah,
have. Like I just want to see more Hollywood actors play bad guys, man. It's so much. Like Bruce Willis, he did it a fair few times in his career where he played the villain. I think the Jackal, I loved his role in that, where he played a hitman. He was fantastic in that. It was great. You know, him and Richard Gere and all of that. So if you ever watched, sorry Chris, if you ever seen the movie Death Race 2000, the original one, Sylvester Stallone's a bad guy. He played Machine Gun Joe. Fantastic in that film. I love it. Yeah.
I know, again, no one's going to agree with me on this, but cinematically, just cinematically, the one with Bruce Willis was playing that average guy that couldn't get hurt.
Oh,
Unbreakable.
Every shot, it's like a box from a comic book. If you just sit there and watch the movie just for that part, it's done really well.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people love Unbreakable. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan, but I mean,
I didn't like it, but yeah, a lot of people did. Yeah.
Well, I think with M. Night Shyamalan, he kind of put himself into a pigeonhole where he had to make a film with a twist at the end, you know, and like he done three okay film. I think the one before Unbreakable, what's it called again? The Sixth Sense. I think that's a very overrated movie.
No, Unbreakable was his second film.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The one before that was The Sixth Sense. That's an overrated film. Good twist at the end. But
no, Sixth Sense was dumb and boring.
I prefer Unbreakable, but Signs, I fucking like Signs a lot.
I like Signs too. Signs was good.
Good film. Yeah.
And I'm not saying Unbreakable was an amazing movie. It's not even close.
Well, you don't have to defend yourself because a lot of people do love that movie.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm not saying it was a masterpiece.
I liked it.
But
I liked it.
Cinematically, like I enjoyed it too. But just the shots, the camera work, awesome.
Yeah.
And it's underrated. That part is underrated.
Yeah, you're damn right, Rick B. Death Race 2000, 1975 is a great film. I think a lot of people miss that. Sylvester Stallone, David Carradine, really good movie. The remakes with Jason Statham are shit. You know what I mean?
When did Carradine die of a strangle wank?
Yeah,
when?
Way to go, huh?
2009.
Right.
I only know that because I saw an episode of South Park recently where, Billy Mays is in it and all these, there's loads of dead celebrities and Michael Jackson and all that, and they all died in 2009. There was a lot of, it was like celebrity apocalypse that year, just like 2016 was. So, yeah, that's when Carradine died. Well, was he in Death Race 2000?
Yeah, he's the main character.
Oh, right. I watched this since I was a kid, man. I have to go back.
I mean, what I liked about that movie was the fact of how shameless it was. Like, you got these guys, they're supposed to be your heroes, but they're driving around the streets of America and they are just killing people for points. That's what they're supposed to do. It's not pulling any punches.
Remember Frankenstein opted not to take the cheap, easy points that were set up for him by running over the citizens, and he ran over the nurses instead.
Yeah. And I remember that scene. I remember that scene, but my point is, when they did the remake, they didn't do any of that. I mean, come on, like, I would love to, if you're going to remake a film like Death Race 2000, then go for the shocking elements about it, where you have to go around the streets and kill people.
That's because in the remake, the Disneyfication of storytelling is perfectly placed in this one, where the hero has to have, the background. You've got to root for him. He's got to be Mr. Nice. You need that fucking hero. It's like Jim Cornette, who needs a heel and a baby face. Otherwise, he can't follow a match. It's that kind of level of stupidity. Whereas Death Race is just fucking murder, mayhem, and your hero is whatever. All right. Here, it needs to be clear cut because they think that audiences just can't handle, nuances and catch-22s and all gray areas and all this kind of shit.
And you should never underestimate the intelligence of your audience, or you will just make a shit film.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem, is they still keep thinking, especially now, they think that audiences are still dumb. And it's like, look at the films and the TV shows, especially TV shows that have audiences hooked, and it's always the ones that have, I mean, you could always argue reality TV shit, but that's for dumb fucks who don't care about films, okay? But, TV shows that have compelling characters, complex storylines, all this kind of shit, and shit you have to fucking follow to know what's going on, they're the most popular stuff. And then Hollywood turns around and goes, oh, I don't know why this generic, bland, shitty action film that has no characters in it and it's just a pile of CGI wank failed. It's like Game of Thrones versus Transformers. You know,
Breaking Bad with an anti-hero.
Yeah, but I mean, look, there is a lowest common denominator out there, and there is a large amount in that audience. I mean, why do you think Adam Sandler's movies do so well?
I mean, that's true. That's true, but with blockbusters, it's, with blockbusters, they've just taken it to another level of dumb.
I think the problem is that
the popcorn lovers don't like them anymore.
Yeah, when it comes to some of the big blockbusters, they overspend and overestimate the size of that lowest common denominator audience. So Adam Sandler's movies can be made for about $70 million, although they look more like they were done for about 10.
I like Adam Sandler.
But he will still make money on those. Whereas, you try and make like a lowest common denominator blockbuster movie for $150 million, you'll be lucky to break even.
But I think
Exactly.
Adam Sandler has made some really good movies. Like
It's
He's
not,
done-
guys.
he's
We're
done
not
a
talking about
couple.
Adam Sandler. We're talking about the films.
Yeah, we're
that he
talking
made.
about lowest common denominator stuff. But again, look, Adam Sandler has been in a couple of really good movies, but when he is given free reign to write, produce, and direct, they are utter dog shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
If anything, when Sandler breaks out of the mold and he does some of the more serious stuff, that's when he's a better actor, in my opinion.
Well,
I love seeing actors breaking out their molds. I love seeing them do other stuff against the grain of what they're mainly known for.
His two best performances. One was Punch Drunk Love, which was a movie he just starred in. He wasn't involved in the production of it in any aspect of it. He just acted in it. The other one was the one a couple years ago we said he was potentially should have been nominated for a Best Actor Oscar, which was an Oscar for Best Actor, which was Uncut Gems.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, that was something he had no hand in the production of. He was there purely as an actor.
There's a film called
we said, like, I said this last week when we discussed Eddie Murphy. It's frustrating the fact that he's capable of this, but he goes and makes things like Jack and Jill. In Eddie Murphy's case, he's capable of things like Dolomite Is My Name, and he's going back to making things like Beverly Hills Cop 4.
Because he wants a new car and a new house.
Well, he's got 10 children to feed as well.
Well, actually, another Adam Sandler film I recommend people watch. It's the first time he did like a serious role. It's called Reign Over Me. He's with Don Cheadle. He plays a guy who loses his entire family
in 9/11.
During
that is a good movie.
That was after Punch Drunk Love.
Yeah.
Punch
Okay.
Drunk Love.
Okay.
Or 97
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put myself.
Reign on Me is a brilliant film.
I'm gonna put myself in the background. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. Just seeing him play this role of a man who's lost everything, and he connects with an old childhood friend of his, and tries to get his life back to order and all that. Excuse me. It's a great performance, and but then again, like if you watch the new Saw movie with Chris Rock, you think to yourself, you know what, Chris, don't try to do serious. You're just really shit at it. Because he's not a good
actor anyway. Chris Rock is a shit actor. You know, he's a good comedian.
And person. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of another Chris. Sorry,
Chris Tucker.
I was thinking of that singer, rapper guy.
Chris Brown.
No, he's a shit person too. No, he's a white guy, hillbilly.
Chris Cornell.
What?
Chris Cornell.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I
got
the name wrong. You're right. He's a good comedian.
Yeah, Chris Rock is I never liked his earlier stuff, but in the last decade he's been fucking amazing. Like really fucking funny. But yeah, he's just not a good actor.
Tom Hanks was a comedic actor, and now he does all serious roles. Ever since he did Philadelphia, Olivia Colman is another one. She's done a lot of serious roles. She's even played Queen Victoria in the past. I think Michael Keaton was also a comedic actor who turned serious after Batman.
Yeah, because he was in Mr. Mom.
Yeah, Mr. Mom and Gung Ho and stuff like that. Bryan Cranston, people forget, was a bit of a comedic actor.
Look, there's some people who can make the transition. They either start off as comedic actors and then move into more serious roles, or let's take a guy like Leslie Nielsen. He did a lot of serious acting work before he moved into comedy.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing with Aeroplane was that they wanted every actor to be. But if you watch it, all the actors in that movie are not comedic actors; they're serious actors, and that's the whole point of the film, was to make a comedy with serious actors. You know, playing it for straight, but obviously having that comedic tone to it that made it the genius movie that it is.
But you also have to have the timing for that kind of thing too.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what Leslie Nielsen was able to do with the Naked Gun movies.
Yeah, it's amazing. Jamie Foxx is another one, in my opinion. He's done a lot of serious roles.
That trilogy is in my top 10 favorite films of all time, by the way. The Naked Gun trilogy. The Naked Gun trilogy.
I like the first two. I wasn't so hot on the third one.
The third one was the beginning of the dumbing down, but I still love it for what it was. But yeah, the first two, fucking amazing.
Yeah, I mean, but remember as well, before that, he did the series Police Squad.
Yeah. Which flopped.
Well, that's the thing. It flopped because it was so funny. It was the fact that they crammed so many jokes in that the audience wasn't finished laughing by the time the second one came up.
Yeah, they could, and
the audience was missing jokes.
Yeah,
and that's one of the things, like, you know, with Airplane. I mean, Airplane, like, you know how you get all these posts on Facebook, like, oh, you have to, you know, for $1 billion, you know, would you watch like one movie straight for 100 sittings? Yes, Airplane, because there's always a fucking background joke I keep missing, and I always find it when I watch through again.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
exactly. Even Jim Carrey, he done a few serious roles. I mean, initially, I would say that there was a bit of a serious role, but it was it was like a transitioning role. But then he done something like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and 23, and shows you that he's got some acting chops. And you know,
Truman Show was another one.
Yeah, Truman Show. I'm saying that was like and Katie Siegel as well. Like if you ever watched back in the day, like Married with Children, Katie Siegel going on her high heels all the time, you know, being in that comedic role, and obviously she done the voice of what's her face in Futurama. But then if you then watch Sons of Anarchy, where she plays the mother of the leader and stuff like that, and her role in that, I mean, she's cold. She's fucking cold in that, man. She's really good.
Katie Siegel I love her. I fucking love her. Like, she's such a brilliant actress, so versatile. And again, she doesn't get the respect that she deserves. Sons of Anarchy, she killed it in that. She's done other serious roles as well, where she's just killed it. She's so just fucking awesome in every sense of the word. But again, doesn't get the recognition she deserves.
Bill Murray in
the big Hollywood blockbusters, big Hollywood Oscar winners.
Bill Murray in Lost in Translation. I loved him in that. Robin Williams in a lot of stuff he's done. The guy's a proper comedic actor, and he's done so really many
serious roles.
Yeah, as well. So yeah, there's just you know,
well, I never found Robin Williams funny, so it was easy to follow him in his more serious roles.
I really, as an avid film watcher goer, I love seeing shit like this. I love seeing like actors doing stuff that you don't normally see them do. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like I didn't think it would work seeing Arnold Schwarzenegger playing a pregnant man in fucking Junior. That didn't work for me. But at least they tried something there, you know. But seeing you know, outside of the box, so to speak, you know, even with Schwarzenegger doing other comedic roles like Jingle All the Way, that worked for me. I mean, who would have ever thought that Schwarzenegger would be in a kids Christmas movie, you know, playing a parent trying to get a toy?
That was funny as hell as well.
It was okay. I thought it was okay, but I don't think it was funny as hell. But
not a tumor.
But you know, stuff like that, I enjoy it. I find it always fascinating seeing actors who are known for one thing doing something else, and that's what it means to be an actor, to try other things. You know, like don't typecast yourself.
Farrell as the Penguin.
And it depends. I mean, you can have some actors who are really, really good at one thing, so they stick to that, and they make a very, very successful career out of it. You know, there's certain guys, you know, who made very, very good careers as action movie stars. You wouldn't want to see them in something, you know, again, a complex movie like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
I would love to see Sylvester Stallone do Shakespeare. I want to see it. You know what I mean? I want to.
Yeah, it's a sick joke, maybe, but again, as a regular moviegoer, you definitely don't want to.
He's a very good actor. I think people don't give him enough credit. Sorry, Chris, you're on mute. By the way, you're on mute.
You're a bit.
Sorry about that. No, I don't mind waiting. I just want to say, you know, I'm next instead of talking over people. You know, I've heard a lot of actors say in interviews it's easier to play the villain than it is to be the comedian, because there's a lot more timing, a lot more intelligence. Whereas when you're playing the villain, you just have to be mean and tap into what we all kind of hold sometimes is some anger. And so I've noticed that a lot of comedians can turn to drama easier than a lot of dramatic actors can then do comedy.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I agree.
I disagree. There's one thing that disproves that, and I say, have any of you guys seen JCVD?
Oh yeah,
Jean-Claude
with
Van Damme.
the
Brilliant in that.
Yeah, I'm not messing around. It is literally an Oscar-winning performance. Like he has a speech in that, which is just one of the best speeches in film, like, because he goes on about like how much he basically like the talent he was given and all this sort of stuff. It's just brilliant.
I'm not saying every. I'm saying a lot of these actors are saying this. I'm not saying every dramatic actor can't do comedy. I'm just saying it seems that their switchovers are easier in that direction than it is the other direction.
Well, talking about Jean-Claude Van Damme, very early in his film career, he made a movie called Double Impact, where he plays twins, and one of them is brought up. He plays a twin to a split at birth. One of them brought up in poverty. One of them had a lavish life, and you can see he had to really do his acting chops to play two different types of people. And I thought not saying Oscar level, but the characters are Chad and Alex. One was very happy-go-lucky, liked to live life. The other one was a lot more serious, and he was very convincing as two different types of people, and I give him credit for that, because for somebody who's not got an acting background to do those sort of performances, it's not easy, and he did it. And every time he makes a movie, he's obviously going to be better as an actor. Schwarzenegger being somebody who's in the same mold as, obviously, the more films you do, the better you are, the better you're going to perform, and yeah, so once again, I enjoyed seeing him in that role. There's a movie called Legionnaire where there's actually no action, like martial art action, so to speak, from Van Damme. He just plays a guy who's on the run because he falls in love with a mobster's wife, and he decides to run and join the Foreign Legion and shit like that, meet some friends. It's just a story about the life he goes through. Hardly any action of the martial arts sort of quality. And it's just a good film, it's just, stuff like that. And once again, this is what I want to see from actors, versatility. Even if, like I mentioned this before so many times, Jackie Chan, how the hell has he never made a movie that is not martial art based? Because the guy can fucking act. The guy's a serious actor. And when you watch the movie The Foreigner and you see his performance in that, as a man who lost the last member of his family, his daughter, and he's got no more family left, and you think to yourself, my God, Jackie Chan, you're almost 70 now, and you've wasted opportunities in your career to do films that had no martial arts in it whatsoever, and just show your acting chops as a fucking actor, because you are a fucking actor. And it's a shame he never did that. It's a shame that he never did any dramas or anything like that, which is, yeah.
Well,
Speaking of martial arts,
I was going to say, can we just clarify? Not every actor, improves when doing more movies. I mean, can you honestly say Steven Seagal has improved as an actor? Madonna,
no, I agree. I know it. Yeah,
he's never an actor to begin with.
I've made sitting action an art form.
No, I agree, but yeah, obviously there are exceptions to the rules.
It depends on your passion for it. Seagal don't give a fuck. He just wants to make a quick buck.
And
his movies get worse and worse and worse. I mean, he did like two good movies at the start of his career, and then everything just went right downhill.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll say one good movie.
Maybe two. I mean, again, another prime example of somebody, and this is obviously the diagnosis, whose acting career went to shit and he just didn't give a fuck anymore, was Bruce Willis. Like, from Die Hard 4 onwards, he just, before that, he just,
I questioned whether or not, here's the thing, I questioned whether or not it was a case of Bruce Willis was just trying to make as much money as possible before it was too late. Because look at him, he's now non-verbal.
And no one wants to work with...
When he did that spate, when he did that spate of films where we were like, what the fuck? He's churning out all these fucking shitty films one after the other.
He was quite blatantly wearing an earpiece just to get his lines out.
That was the period where he was definitely doing it to make as much money as possible for him and his family. But even before that, I'm talking like Bruce Willis, practically after The Sixth Sense, just went to shit.
Yeah, the whole 9 yards, things like that.
All that. And he just didn't give a fuck anymore. He just became completely. I mean, maybe that was early signs of his functioning brain. You know, just could not get interested in anything. So you know, maybe.
Or it's Nicolas Cage syndrome. You know, he just likes being in movies so much he'll star in any piece of shit.
Well, Nicolas Cage was in film because he had to fucking a load of tax money write-offs he had to pay off. So
there was a brilliant sketch from college.
Let's let Christine speak, and then we'll go to that after.
Sorry.
Thanks. I was getting frustrated. I think with Steven Seagal and even Bruce Willis too. I've heard rumors that people just don't want to work with them, so they're not going to get good shows and movies because, you know, Steven Seagal doesn't hold back. He hits people, and he doesn't give.
He's just an arsehole. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Well, yeah. This is what I meant, Rick. Like, you know, before we got wind of the diagnosis, but a lot of people were suspecting something wasn't right. Yeah, it was making film, but there was that period straight after The Sixth Sense. After that, it just made absolute garbage.
He was loaded, though. It's not like the guy needed to make that much money. The guy's stinking fucking rich, man.
Yeah, but again, you know what the laws are like in America when it comes to divorce. You know, you're always paying out your fucking ears and all this kind of shit. Once you get, this is why I say, never get fucking married, especially if you're famous, because this is why you see people like Robert De Niro and Billy Zane, whose career just never took off in a way, because they just had to take. Billy Zane had to take any fucking role he was offered at first. The first role he was offered, he just took it, no matter how shit it was, because he was young, stupid, got married, got divorced, and he was just paying alimony out of his fucking ears. And a lot of these, they have kids, they have this, they have that, and they're just constantly fucking having to, because the laws in America are fucking stupid. And so that's why you see these actors end up and you're like, why the fuck are they in this film? Why the fuck are they in that film?
And I'm not against alimony, but I'm against people having to give up their home, all their, you know, their car, their entire paycheck. Yes, you were in a partnership. There should be some division of the family goods, but not just because he's a dude.
With alimony, the concept of alimony, paying your ex to continue a lifestyle, is fucking ridiculous. Child support, 100%, but even that, yeah, go on. Unless I got that wrong.
If I were a farmer's wife, and for 30 years we worked on the farm. Every day, I make your lunch, I make your dinner, I make your breakfast, I clean the house. I don't have an income because I can't leave the farm and go do my own work. And then you decide to dump me for a woman 30 years younger than me. I'm not saying I should get the farm. Not at all. But there should be some allowance made because he didn't get there by himself. Right?
No, hang on, listen. If they get divorced, and parts go to the wife and all of that, like, I'm okay with that part. But after you split up, why am I still paying for your existence? We're split up. We're done. You go your own way, because we don't have alimony here in the UK. We don't have it. Like, once you split, you split. It's just child support.
Yeah.
So that aspect, and that is the biggest trap you have as somebody who's married. Like, the audacity of it, like, it just sickens me that I'm still paying for you to fucking live a lifestyle, even though we've separated. It just,
and they're an adult. Get a job.
Well,
go and get a fucking job.
And I don't like the fact that it's the balance is in favor of the woman, because I'm a feminist, and that means I'm for equal. Hold on. As a feminist, I'm for equal rights for both parties. So the fact that it's uneven pisses me off. I don't think just because she's the chick, she gets to have an automatic allowance. I'm saying judge individual cases based on their merits.
I'm pretty sure it's whoever is like the breadwinner, the other person receives alimony, because even if you're married, no? Oh, I'm wrong.
Not all the time.
Gaz, we'll go to you, and then you can correct me. Let's go to Gaz, and then you guys can correct me after. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say that, as far as I'm aware, alimony is for when for example, a woman has broken up, but her job, she's either working part-time or whatever, and it's to help her kind of go from that transition of being whatever she was with the guy into working more full-time. So it's to help that sort of bridge there. It's not just to pay, just to pay. There is a legitimate reason behind it. There is more support aspect to it. Now, I think that when somebody breaks up, there should be payment because at the end of the day, not every guy is making $1 gazillion, and sometimes women are making more than they are. And the opposite is true as well. So it should be based upon income, what kind of things, is someone working part-time, and is there a sort of like payment that can be made that can make that transition a little bit easier financially?
No. Think about what you're saying. They get half of your shit already, and then you have to continue paying for their lifestyle that a lot of the times it's because they've become accustomed to it. All right. That's literally the argument that conservatives make all the time to say, why, freeloading parasites and all this kind of shit. That's freeloading. It's not my responsibility for your existence after we split up.
It's technically not the case. Well, it's technically not the case. I mean, right. I'll bring this up as an example because this is one is somebody from YouTube, and two, it came up fairly recently because he's filed for bankruptcy fairly recently, which is Onision. Now, Onision was paying alimony to his ex-wife, his first wife, Sky. Now, the reason that he was paying alimony for after the divorce settlement, which he already tried fucking railroading her in that divorce settlement. He got her to sign papers under duress where she would walk away with pretty much nothing. The alimony payments were based on the fact that she had worked on actually building that channel of his. She was the one who did all the work behind the scenes and actually built the business. So those alimony payments that she received were based on the fact she was now suddenly losing income because she was no longer she was basically getting turfed out of the business that she'd helped build.
Okay, but that's a divorce thing. That's not an alimony thing.
It's alimony. These are alimony payments. Now she was paid a certain amount based on the level of input she had in the business and how much that business was worth.
She helped build that brand.
Exactly.
So I'm not saying it should last forever, but
it doesn't last forever.
And then get an equalization,
and
then get your own job.
Yeah, but again, she is able to get her own job. Now, the alimony payments do not last forever. It's only for a set period of time.
Yeah.
So you're not paying the woman forever, just because she's accustomed to a certain lifestyle. Now,
but in some cases that is still happening.
No, in some cases
that's wrong.
It can happen in certain cases, but it's typically when it involves the super wealthy. For example, again, let's say for example Tiger Woods. When he's divorced his wife, he's paying her alimony because she's suddenly going from the lifestyle that she was accustomed to absolute, to pretty much nothing apart from what she got in the divorce settlement.
And I disagree with that.
But I don't really give a fuck when it comes to somebody like as wealthy as Tiger Woods.
I think that's that whole excuse, like Ginger was saying, grown accustomed to. Yeah. You don't cut people off completely. They've helped in the household, in their way to build a life. That doesn't mean because you're a billionaire that once you get divorced, you get to stay that way. You get enough support so you can get on your feet. And then as an adult, you then provide for yourself. You don't need a 20,000 Gucci bag every week.
Right,
exactly.
But at the same time as well, though, if you've helped build a business, like, again, I'll use the example of Sky building the Onision brand, then yes, she is entitled to, payment from that business for a certain period of time.
Oh no! Listen, that's
I'm not saying any different.
Listen, that's a business thing. This has nothing to do with your lifestyle. If you both built a business together, then unless somebody buys you out, you absolutely deserve to carry on making the profits on that. So in the Sky Onision thing, if she helped build his channel and that channel's still making money, she fucking deserves half of that revenue.
But
absolutely.
It's not just a case of getting like half the revenue. It will be a case of she's paid. Whether like Onision could have shut the channel down tomorrow, but he would still be required to pay her a certain amount of dollars. As part of the settlement, because again, it would be completely unfair to Sky if Onision just completely shut down the channel and said, right, fuck you, I'm not paying you another cent. I'll start another channel.
No, okay, hold on. Let me jump in here. How many people here have been divorced?
No.
Okay, so let me clear up a couple things here. First off, I agree with Ginger. The whole business aspect. Either Sky needs to buy whoever out, or she gets profits from the revenue. If he wants to shut down that business and start from the ground up, like tomorrow, he should be able to. Or he could just she could buy him out and she could continue the product. I'm sorry. Like when you guys
hang on.
She didn't receive any money. She barely received any money when she was working in the business. So this is effectively back pay.
Right.
Oh no! Listen, yeah, that's fine.
That's her fault. She should have fought for more money than when she was with him. I'm sorry. Like
no way. If you're married to someone and they're like, let's go on the computer and build a channel, you're not going to turn to your significant other and say, okay, you're going to pay me $15 an hour to do this with you. You're married, hopefully loving the married couple. Yeah. Doing something together to further your household.
That's a business that you and your as I said, that is a business that you and your significant other are starting. So either one needs to buy out the other. It's like a house. You buy each other out of that house, or you liquidate it and you get rid of it. Like with a house, they say, okay, well, if you're not going to buy the house, or if neither of you want the house, you got to sell the house. So then you sell off the channel, or to split all the assets that are there between the two of you evenly, and then you move on. And if he wants to start a new channel the next day, he can do that.
So how is she supposed to do that when the entire time they were building that channel as a couple, she didn't take a salary? Because hopefully when you do marry someone, you're thinking it's forever.
Well,
all of a sudden, I'm not done talking. And then all of a sudden you turn around and say, you know what? I'm going to close the business down. You're not going to get any money for all the work you did. Fuck you. That just
maybe you should have been smarter and in the business. I mean, create some boundaries.
Less trusting. That's what you're basically saying. Less trusting of a person you did vows with. I take
100%.
Never fucking trust your partner.
Yeah, never. No.
Always expect the worst.
Exactly.
I always stopped me from getting screwed over when you in relationships. It's always just expect the worst. Doesn't mean I don't have fun in there and all that kind of shit. It just means that I'm not here to get walked over. Zam, you got your hand up.
Oh please, I'm dying to get the fuck off this channel. Yeah, I want to go to bed for fuck's sake. And for the last 15 minutes, I've been trying to say goodbye. So see you later, you fucking cunt.
Just fucking interrupt next time and say goodbye. You don't have to wait.
Just wave and leave. We'll get
just wave and leave, you stupid arsehole.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
No. I mean,
yes.
I've been through a divorce. I've been through all of this stuff. Like here's my thing. The one thing that life has taught me, especially when it comes to marriage and vows and all that other bullshit, it's not, you have to protect yourself from day one. I am never getting married again. Okay. I would be committed to somebody. I'll do a commitment ceremony with somebody. I am not getting married again. And if I were to go into business with somebody, I don't care if it's my mom, there would be boundaries set up, whether it be how much I get paid or whatever like this, or I would know that I would just have to walk away from it if it just didn't work out.
But again, some people take advantage of the trust that you have from a relationship, be it as a parent or as a spouse.
If I did that, that would be my fault.
But again, those laws are designed to protect people from having their trust abused.
So as a stay-at-home partner, you take care of the person's kids, the house. You're a chauffeur, you're a nanny, you're a cleaner, you're a cook, and you do this for 25 years. And why would it even cross my mind if I married someone to say day one, well, if I'm going to do this, I want $25 an hour?
Well, that's because you have an investment in the house. And then if you split, you either buy out the house, kind of like the business, or one of them gives it up.
Yeah, but also, again, look, a marriage thing is, we're not talking business. When we're talking marriage, we're talking marriage. We talk business, we talk business. Now, if you're in a situation where you're going to inherit half of your spouse's fortune, whoever has the most, and all this kind of stuff, that's fine. Things like that happen, all that. It's, for me, I said it's the alimony, it's the aftermath, it's the paying somebody, even for a certain period of time. It's like, it's not my responsibility for you to get your shit together. If you've taken half my stuff already, that's cool. You can build around that. I know we don't live in an ideal financial situations. If we had better social security nets, men wouldn't be footing the bills, or richer women wouldn't be footing the fucking bills to do this. Because if you had good social safety nets, you can go into your council house to help give you time to build your life together. But we don't have that anymore in society.
I almost agree with you completely, but I will say this: if I take 25 years out of the business world to give birth and raise children, I'm not going to have that clout when I try and get a job right away. So perhaps for a small amount of time, then yes, it is legitimate. But yes, I also agree that you're an adult.
You're covering your microphone. You're covering your microphone.
Sorry. Yeah. But I also agree that if you're an adult, you have to get a job. You don't rely on alimony forever. But
yeah, I mean,
try getting a job after 25 years of not working is not the easiest. And you're going to start at the bottom. You're not going to be middle management and get the salary that your spouse is now getting because they were able to work because you supported them from the home.
And the point of alimony, by the way, is to actually support a partner. In general, typically, it's to support a partner who doesn't have means to support themselves after a divorce.
Yeah.
So, in other words, a stay-at-home housewife, for example, who has been left with absolutely nothing after a divorce. She's got no job to fall back on. Things like that. You would pay her maintenance until she could get on her feet again. That's part of the reason for alimony. And by the way, Ginger Greek, we do actually have alimony in this country. It's not referred to as alimony.
Yeah,
we do actually have it.
I realized that afterwards because it's not. Yeah, it's maintenance, isn't it?
Spousal maintenance.
Maintenance. Yeah, I realized after I said it. So yeah, I apologize. I fucked that up.
Yeah, and I was going to say there is a legitimate reason for it, which is, as I said, if you're a low-skilled worker, let's say there was disparity between the two of you, and you, as the less fortunate partner, want to go to, I don't know, school or something like that, it's to help you. It's not like, no, as you were saying before, if we actually had a social system worth a fuck, that was supported, but unfortunately we don't. So unfortunately, this is the law that we have to have at the time.
Yeah, the real thing that should happen is once you get divorced, again, because if you've got kids and all that, and you're still somebody who offers something like to society, even as a mother and all that, you'd have the right social safety nets in there, which before was you get a council house, you get time to fucking pick yourself up and all this kind of shit. But we don't have that shit anymore. But yeah. Look, okay, I think we've all said our piece on the alimony. Some are okay, some not. That's fine. It's not the be all, and it's never going to affect me. So I could just brush it away.
But you're not going to pursue Zam for alimony payments when you eventually split.
No, I think he suffered enough having to deal with my ass. So I'll leave him be and all that. But it's a funny one with marriage and all that, because again, like growing up Greek, and although it's a more popular thing now with the younger generations to like not give a fuck about getting married, even though a lot of them still do. Like for me, that cost me a lot of relationships growing up, because the end game for a lot of people was like marriage, kids, settle down. I'm like, why do you need marriage? Like what? I've seen what marriage does to people. I've seen what divorce does to people. Sorry, not marriage. I've seen what divorce does to people. And it's just like, you know, you could just fucking live. I mean, if you want to get married, great. But for me, I was always put off by it because of all the financial stuff. I just don't know. Yeah, go on, Gio.
So yeah, one of my what you were saying, one of my biggest things is one of the reasons why I will never get married again is not because I'm scared of marriage. I'm scared of divorce. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I for once in my life, I agree with Rick B, where he says it's naive to think it's forever. I think in this day and age, because the only reason why, like the only reason why, you know, the women were housewives and everything like that back, you know, way back when, was because men like to keep women under thumb. And, you know, and they like to keep them at home. Your mic's cut, or you're muted, Christine. But they like to keep them under thumb. I am all for it. And there was
no choice.
And there was no choice. And you're right. But we are in a much different age now where women are far more ambitious. And they should be, because they do so many things that are better than guys. You know what I mean?
Like the cost of living as well. Like everything's more expensive now. Life is more expensive. You can rarely, in very rare circumstances, afford to be a stay-at-home mum or dad. You know, that you need double income households just to fucking survive. You know,
and that's too bad, because you get more adjusted children if you have a 2-person family raising kids. I'm not saying that single parents can't do it. They've shown me they can, but it would be a lot easier on everyone if there was 2 people to do anything, any job, including parenting.
It means the kids are more tended to and things like that. But I'll be honest with you, like, you know, we grew up, both my parents always worked.
Me too.
And we fended for ourselves. And I think that it's a double-edged sword. You know, in an ideal world, you'd want to have like somebody stay at home, grow up the kids up to a certain age, and when the kids are no longer legally required to have a fucking adult next to them all the time, because we mollycoddle the fuck out of kids anyway, you go off and find your life and build your career or do whatever you want to do, or not. It's up to you.
I'm sorry, but I had a parent home for about the first 5 years of my life, so I wasn't on my own all the time. It was after that I became a latchkey kid, but by then, those first 5 years gave me the understanding that I did have a home that I secured in my parents. They wanted to be there for me. They had been there for me, but they have to work now. So I think there should be a lot more money put towards having parents being allowed to stay home, at least for a little while at the beginning. And I remember saying earlier, and you wanted me to clarify, how there's this imbalance with alimony in the courts, and it's not always the case, but in a lot of cases, when you compare similar cases but the gender is reversed, more often than not, the judges are ruling more in favor for the female than the male when it comes to how much, at the percentage wise, how much they're going to get when you make those comparisons.
Yeah, for sure.
I can't say the word.
Comparisons.
Yeah, for sure. All right, cool. Okay, should we move on?
Sure. Could do.
I mean, I could say tons more, but I mean, at this point, I feel like I'm in a Braziers video about ready to go live. You know, like.
All right, baby.
I'm about to get fucked.
You can say whatever you like, mate. You know, if people don't agree with it, tough shit.
Well, I'm the only one who's actually gone through the divorce process on this, you know, so it's just like, it's not as cut and dry, and, you know, the whole, it's all a matter of fairity and, you know, as I said, I mean, you don't need, it doesn't need to be even when you split, like, like you split everything evenly on that initial get out, but you know, like when you choose to split your lives, like you split your lives, and I don't think
up by your bootstraps and get the fuck on with it.
Exactly. You pull up your fucking bootstraps. And I'm sorry, like if the woman just stayed at home, or even if the guy was a stay-at-home dad, I would say the same thing about him. You know what? pull up your fucking bootstraps, get out there, get a job at McDonald's, start building your life, because you've got your own life to live now, and if you chose not to do anything with your life,
chose not to do anything. How about you become a cleaner, a seamstress, someone who does the laundry, someone who nurses their kid and their husband when they get sick, someone who cooks the meals, someone who chauffeurs people around. Become a PA for your husband so he doesn't miss meetings or other things. You're not doing nothing. And I'm not saying
I meant professionally.
And I'm not saying a spouse deserves money forever. God, no. I'm on you on that. I'm so behind you on you're an adult, get a job.
Well, hang on. Let's also wait.
Hold on, I'm almost done. And I don't have to be married or divorced, just like I don't have to taste shit to know that I'm not going to like it. Like, I can have an opinion on something. It might not totally be correct, because you're right. You've been through it. But I'm smart enough to know some things about life in general. Just, that's all I want to say. And if I'm coming off rude, that's not my intention.
No, that's fine. But I just want to knock you on something here. You're working at, you're looking at this from the old ideals that the woman stayed at home all the time, did all of that kind of stuff.
I'm talking men or women that stay at home and do this.
Yep. Yeah, that just, it's so rare these days. So it's not like in the divorce they're going, if you get that, of course, somebody who was a stay-at-home wife or husband, whatever, but that's such a rarity these days, that to say that they're just going out into the world without a career or an education, all this kind of stuff. majority of couples are working couples as well, so there is that aspect to look at it.
That's what I'm saying. Each thing should be examined as an individual case.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? Yeah, absolutely.
And I do apologize if I came off angry. That's not my intention.
Well, I've put in contributors the perfect audio just to close this segment for Cheeto.
Let's see. Okay, 1 second. Let me.
What?
Wait, where is it? Is it this one?
Yeah. I think so.
Oh yeah, here we go. Cheeto.
The Cheeto thought he was getting fucked, so.
Yeah, hang on. 1 sec. 1 sec, Cheeto. 1 sec. There. And this one here, present, share screen. And play.
All right, now that Cheeto's been fucked, what's next on the docket?
All right, next on the docket, we are going into TV and film. We have an Arkham series is in development. Finally. However, that's Batman Arkham, for those that don't know. However, it's not set. I thought Matt Reeves is the executive producer, but it's not set in his universe. It's set in the James Gunn universe.
Well, that's because they're putting everything in the James Gunn universe now, even animated, which I don't agree with. I really don't want the animated. Like, I don't mind them having some movies in Gunn's DC, but when they say everything is going to be based and did that, I'm like, no.
Yeah, I don't like that. We need some Elsa Worlds shit.
Yeah,
going on,
and I'm sure they will eventually get into that. They will realize very early on. They're like, no, we need to kind of do the Elseworld stuff too.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's going to be interesting with Matt Reeves. If Matt Reeves is the executive producer on it, rather than say James Gunn, it should still be good. I'm just bummed it's not set in Pattinson's Batman verse, because we already got brilliant. Well, mind you, we'll get a different Riddler, which is good, because I didn't really like that Riddler. He did a good job, but that wasn't like the Riddler that I like.
I felt like he should have been like Clock King or Calendar Man or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but I'm interested. It should be good. Next up, we have, now it's official. The Warhammer deal has gone through with Amazon. So Games Workshop and Amazon have made a deal to create films and TV shows based on the Warhammer universe.
So is it Warhammer or is it Warhammer 40K?
Warhammer
40K. I don't know.
40K.
Whatever it is. 40K. There you go. And with Henry Cavill set to be executive producer, and obviously probably put himself in there, which is fine. So, this is a good move. I think Amazon kind of sniffed the chaos that was happening at Netflix, and they pounced on it, and they got working to get a deal together with Games Workshop to do the Warhammer stuff on behalf of Henry Cavill, to snag Henry Cavill. And it's time for him to put his money where his mouth is. I want to see these produced to whatever. I mean, I know Fratis argues his knowledge of Warhammer isn't as great as, say, other people's, whatever. But look, he knows more than the average fucking person, and he knows a lot more than us.
Well, actually, I know because I know a lot more than him. So, I'm a huge 40K fan.
Okay,
I want to see some Dark Heresy shit. So in the 40K world, technology is basically a religion. So they basically worship. So there's religion that is the holy religion, and then there's the dark technology, which is kind of like taboo, which is sort of like Dark Heresy stuff. So whatever you that. So if they do that as a series, I'm all aboard. And I want kind of like a corpse movie, like I want a corpse movie like with the guns. I want that, and I want a Flame of Dark Heresy. Give me those.
But I think what Henry Cavill is going to have to try and balance is, getting the casual audience interested. It's one thing, appealing to the hardcore Warhammer 40K fans.
Sure.
You've got to get the casual audience on board.
True.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think they'll do that anyway, because it'll be dumbed down for sure compared to what the fans are used to. But I'm interested to see it because I want to see some redemption for Cavill, because he got screwed over out of a franchise that he absolutely loves in The Witcher.
But they didn't have to dumb down The Witcher though. The Witcher was a good example of where they were able to get a casual audience on board.
But it's shit. The first series did well, but after that, it just went to shit, and it got stupid as it went along. But it was Henry Cavill being cast that would have drawn a lot of outsider audiences into that. But again, we're talking about the first series was good. I liked the first series of The Witcher. And yeah, go on.
I was going to say, but I think the way that they get casual audiences in is to explain the lore in series and then draw people in, because the lore itself is interesting. It's just that it's got to entice people who aren't familiar with it and educate them on it. So it's kind of got to do. I'm going to use Star Wars again. It's got to do it the way Star Wars done. It's got to do it in universe, sort of.
It's got to build its universe. That's what you're saying? It's got to build the universe and actually explain it to the audience.
Yeah.
It should come out as a series first, and then work on the films, because it's such a huge lore that it will work better as a series first, and then you could do offshoots, or films and that. So it'll be interesting to see, because I always you always get again, it's what happened with Wednesday. Where
I love that show. Sorry.
Yeah, brilliant. But the Jenny Ortega clashed a lot with the producers and the writers there, because she was very protective of the character. And when you see her performance, you're like, fucking, she nailed it. And it's because she fought every step of the way to say in the script that this just isn't in her character, to say this isn't right, this isn't right. And she drove them mental. But when you look at the performance, you can see why. She knows her shit. She's a very clever person. Henry Cavill knows the fucking Witcher. Okay, he's a huge fan. He's read every of the book, and he's telling the producers, this just isn't in the book. It's not done this way. And what happened? There was a concerted effort to vilify Henry Cavill, to make him as the difficult person, to make him as the bad guy. They made up fucking lies about him being a gamer bro, and the way he was talked to women was despicable and all this kind of shit. it was a huge effort by the producer and her fucking mates to make him out to be the villain, because producers are egomaniacs. They don't like being challenged. They lack any kind of fucking creativity. Most of them get the job from nepotism. And so they have this self-entitled ego where they think they know better than the fucking people that are steeped in the law. It will be like, let's say, for example, fucking Michael Bay does X-Men and I'm on there as one of the actors. I could tell you what is and isn't X-Men. I could tell you how a character is and all this kind of shit. Yeah, I'd get painted as the bad person whilst the director is the victim. You know, that kind of fucking dynamic. So I hope Cavill nails it as a big fuck you to the Witcher producers and the writers.
And a producer should be there for one reason. You provide the money so you can make yourself some money back. You are not creative, like you said. You don't know what you're doing. Your directors and actors are there for the product. You're there for the money.
Exactly. You're the accountant. Okay. It's different if you get somebody who's an established director who gives a fuck about a product, let's say, and is coming in as an executive producer, or somebody like Kevin Feige who built his entire career working in the comic book industry as a writer, etc., and all this, and then his job has evolved into an executive producer. And in the early parts, before the rapid expansion, he fucking nailed it, and he knew his stuff, and he worked everything within the cosmos of both appealing to a wider audience and comic book fans. They've lost that since, but that's a good executive producer. The majority of them, though, are idiots like Kathleen Kennedy's, Avi Arad, John Peters, the one Lawrence Schuler Donner, the ones that, people are they're just accountants. They're nothing, they're not creative, but they think they are. And they don't know anything. And their whole thesis of creativity comes from data, and that's not art. Art is not fucking data.
Or they think because they have money, that has made them creative.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I make profit, therefore I'm creative. Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. I hate there are cancer on creativity. I can't stand them. So I really hope, ironically, I say that as I'm saying Henry Cavill is going to be the executive producer in Warhammer. But again, like I said with Feige, this could be a good example, or it could be a complete disaster. I hope it works out great.
I hope it's good.
Yeah. X-Files is coming back.
Oh, really?
Under Disney with Ryan Coogler as the showrunner. Ryan Coogler is the awesome director behind the 2 Black Panther films. First film, not so great. Second film, one of the best MCU films. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. But he's going to be doing it. So it's X-Files under Disney. So it will be just a bland reboot with a diverse cast, more likely, which, it's fine. I don't give a fuck about that. It's Ryan Coogler. So I'm interested in what he does because I like Ryan Coogler. What are your guys' thoughts on X-Files returning?
Well, I would have liked to have seen it until you said it was Disney.
Yeah, because they own Fox now. So, it's going to have their brand all over it. Shredder?
Yeah, again, this sounds like it's going to be a bland failure of a reboot. So I'm not particularly interested.
Yeah, Gaz?
I love the X-Files, so I will give this a chance, but I can't argue with the other 2. I think it's going to kind of peter out after the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement with you lot. Again, like I said, the only reason I'm slightly interested is because Ryan Coogler. I want to see what he does, but I've got no hope for it under the Disney banner. Cheeto, X-Files is coming back with the Black Panther director running the
I didn't like
show.
I didn't like the original, so I mean, yeah, everything's not aliens, but not aliens. No.
Yeah,
I mean, I can see if it's a
X-Files would be crap. Goddamn racist.
Well, I mean, but no, not that I have a problem with it. I just the X-Files was always like I could, and I know that the movie I think finally was like, oh, it really was aliens, wasn't it? Like, what wasn't the movie they finally actually confirmed aliens or whatever? But the whole show is about them disproving aliens exist, and it's like, It's like
Agent Mulder at one
Supernatural
point does actually get abducted. So.
It's like Scooby-Doo for aliens. It's like they always find out it's humans. You know, like I never got into it. I love David
If it
Duchovny.
weren't for you meddling kids.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get away with it for you meddling kids.
So
I love
yeah.
that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
First series anyway. But yeah, you know, again, I just want to see what Coolidge does, but
And
it take
it doesn't have to be aliens every time, right? I mean,
well, it wasn't in the original X-Files anyway.
No.
Yeah.
So the best episode was like Monsters of the Week.
Yeah. And finally, we have, which Gaz and Shredder are definitely going to fucking love this one. Little Britain's coming back.
Oh,
for fuck's sake. So,
you guys don't like it?
No, I hate it.
I love Little Britain. I love the original. Like,
Yeah.
the first 2 series were great. Not everything landed, but
this is like getting the news that fucking Mrs. Brown's Boys has been renewed for another year.
But
It's
I
like
agree with these guys.
Trailer
Bringing
Park
it back
Boys
is fucking
here.
stupid.
They're like Trailer Park Boys. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I love Trailer Park Boys,
Canadians.
one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah, see, people overseas in the States really like it for some reason. Not so much here. But I
really?
I like Little Britain.
Yeah, I mean, it was popular across the board, but you know, it was a product of its time.
So
You
let's
can't
say
bring yeah, I mean, they said they're going to bring it back and make it right and do like a more diverse cast in the roles and all this kind of shit. But so that's not what that's like. That's just not going to make it any funnier. It's just pointless. Just do something else, you know.
And it was driven by the 2 guys. Like, why change that formula? It was based on
I think
these
it's
2
them
men.
coming back. It's them
They're coming back,
to-
but they said Matt Lucas basically said, you know, in this time, obviously, in the roles where there's a black person or trans or all this, they're going to have, you know, the diverse cast within those roles. Whereas before it was them playing everything.
They're not going to do blackface. They're not going to do things like the Thai lady boy. What was it, Ting Tong or Tong Ting or whatever the fuck they were called. Yeah, they're going to make. They're apparently not going to do sketches like that anymore.
Well, good. That's fine.
I mean, quite frankly, I mean, this is like hearing that Keith Lemon's coming back. I mean, I'd rather see blood in my stool.
Oh my God. Fucking Keith Lemon, man! Jesus Christ!
I don't know who that is,
dude. If you see
just
blood in your stool, that's a problem, man. Like,
again, I'd rather see blood in my stool than see Little Britain.
Yeah, but you can just turn that off the TV. Blood in your stool's like, you gotta go to the hospital, bruh.
Yeah, but I'm not fucking. I don't give a fuck about Little Britain coming back. Can you imagine a remake of Are You Being Served? Oh my God!
They tried to do it in 2010, I think it was.
Did they? Jesus.
Yes.
Oh, you're right. They did. Yeah. Well, Are You Being Served is tame. It wasn't very politically incorrect compared to say stuff that like it's crazy. It was just a bit, you know, camp with a lot of innuendo and pussy and all this kind of stuff. And
it was of its time.
Hey, Cara, welcome to the stream.
It was of its time.
As a high melanin issue, I had no issue with blackfacing. Neither did any of my brown. So listen, none of my black friends give a fuck about the blackfacing in Little Britain. They found the Mr. T sketch hilarious.
Yeah, but there were people who did give a shit about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And this did come up like when I mentioned Keith Lemon. I mean, Keith Lemon, the guy who played Keith Lemon, did Bo Selecta, and he did some over-the-top sketches about somebody like Trisha Goddard, for example, where he gave her like a full Caribbean accent, and
rice and peas. That was fucking awful.
Where she was racially abused in the street. So just because you didn't take issue with it, it wasn't just a case of white people taking issue with it, Rick.
No.
There were actually fucking black people who took issue with things
and
like
just
that.
because my mate didn't care, it doesn't mean it was an issue.
I also used to work, my previous job, I actually did used to work with a Thai woman, and she got fucking abused heavily with references to people like Ting, to that character Ting Tong.
And you could take all those things out of it, and then just do the other skits and characters, and that would be fine. All I can think of right now is the taller gentleman being told to take off his clothes by his dog, and it cracks me up.
Was that a Little Britain sketch?
Yeah. He's taking his dog out in public, and he's like, "No, I can't."
Oh yeah. Another one. Yeah, like things like that. But there's lots of characters. Like, I don't want to see a woman play Vicky Pollard. It has to be Matt Lucas play Vicky Pollard. Because that was a fucking great character. That was hilarious. But yeah, just don't do the blackface stuff. That era is dead and buried, and nobody's going to go back to that now. And but again, I don't really care. If you do want to see a good comedy, which I binge watched yesterday, because it's only 6 episodes, is called Such Brave Girls. And holy fuck, is it funny? It is just horrible. They're all horrible people, but they always make the best comedy. So you think of like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's like that, but it's a family of a mother and 2 daughters. And it's on BBC iPlayer, or you can easily find it online. So that's a good fun comedy.
I'd like to check that out, but I also liked thinking of the word girls was Derby Girls. I think it was
Derry Girls. Derry Girls, brilliant.
Yeah,
absolutely. Have you seen Derry Girls?
Derry Girls, sorry. Yeah, I've seen it. That's what I'm.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. Well, that's everything I have on the docket. So, Cheeto, do you have anything you want to add? I'll go to everyone.
I mean, not really. I mean, we talked about doing the thumbnail thing, but we can do that some other time, I guess. I don't know.
The thumbnail thing.
The thumbnail thing. Oh, we can do that next week. It's all right.
What's the thumbnail thing? Are we also becoming like Lad Baby, having permanent thumbnail face? Where none of us can close our mouths.
Yeah. No, it's just to rate the thumbnails and then go through them and have a laugh.
Just like.
Yeah, we could do that next week. What these things are like. You start off with one plan and you end up with another.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost been 4 hours. Well, for you guys, not me, obviously, but.
Has it? Oh yeah, it really has. Mate, I should get high more often. I didn't realize how fucking long we've been going. But all right, cool. Gaz?
That just means we're having a good time.
Yeah.
Nothing comes to mind. Apart from Aquaman 2, Bobby Lashley flaming bottom.
Oh yeah, the reviews for Aquaman 2. Yeah, it's looking great, isn't it?
I mean, that's just crazy though. Like that movie, that first movie made like $1 billion, and this one's gonna make like so little. Like just like Captain Marvel. First Captain Marvel made 1.1 billion. Second one made what? Like 300,000 or 300 million? Sorry.
Yeah, something like that. It's not even. I think it's like 100 something million. It's a flop.
Oh my god! Like it's.
Yeah.
Why? I haven't seen any of these films. What's made the difference?
Well, with Aquaman, it's the fact that universe is coming to an end, and all those films have been really shit. And with Captain Marvel, I think just there's a plethora of things.
Well, it's become trendy to hate superhero movies now. Like a couple years ago, no one would touch like trashing on superhero films because they were kind of untouchable. And now, and I'm sorry, like I didn't think the Marvels was that bad. It did not deserve to bomb as hard as it did, in my opinion.
No, it's fine. It's okay. It's not the worst. No,
I wouldn't say that it deserved to make $1 billion, but I would also say it did not deserve to bomb and get the review bombs that it did. I think it was a plan by the neckbeards out there. They're like, okay, fine. They won. Captain Marvel won. But for Captain Marvel 2, we're going to tank it. They all worship their leader, Ginger Greek.
There wasn't any interest in there because it wasn't just that. Like Thor 4 flopped and Ant-Man flopped as well. So it's nothing. It's not the female thing. It's just that people just aren't invested in this current run of the MCU. There's been a lot of shit. And people just, Vance, have you seen Aquaman 2? And he says it was horrible. There you go. I'm waiting for this Bent Key Productions of
Okay,
Snow White.
I'm going to give a quick review of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
It came out like 12 years ago.
No, what's it? It was this
No,
year.
the new one.
The new year.
Yeah,
that was the new one.
No, I know. I meant like, okay, it came out like several months ago. Like, what?
But I understand saw it, so like,
Oh.
I haven't seen it, so I'd like to hear.
Okay.
No spoilers then, guys.
No spoilers. Okay. There's parts of it that are fine, but there's parts of it I'm just like, why is this here? Why are they doing this? Because, like, for example, the fact that the character that he's playing around with, we've not really seen connected to him before. It was like, you know, we don't have any, you know, the characters they could have brought in. Like, I mean, I was good to see Jonathan Rhys Davis back, but apart from that, it wasn't very good.
Yeah, it's not a good film. Cara, no, there is no message in Captain Marvel. They're not pushing any messages. It's these three become intertwined. Their powers become intertwined. That's why they end up together. But it was just an okay film. There's no message. There's no, you know, feminine power and girl power. There's none of that crap in there. You know, you had more of that in the first Captain Marvel film. And then you did in this one. In this one, it was just, you know, the premise was good. The execution could have been a lot better.
And keep in mind that these three characters coming together is not something that is out of nowhere. In the comic books, these three characters have been Photon and Captain Marvel and Ms. Marvel have been intertwined in the comic books for years. So
yeah,
I mean, Photon Rambeau has even been Captain Marvel in the past. So it's not
she
like
was the first female Captain Marvel. And she was black in the comic books.
Yes, so, yeah, because it was before Carol Danvers took over as Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like these people have been like these three characters have been intertwined in the comic books for years. So it's not like this is any surprise that they wanted to put them in a movie together. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I could see if they just threw three random chicks together and made it like Marvel's Charlie's Angels, but they didn't. These are three characters that are very intertwined each other in the lore, and they put them in a movie. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, I tell you what. Now, if you want to see a film that's got bad messaging in it and tries so hard to be woke that if you're actually of that ilk, it's fucking cringe. And that was the reboot of Charlie's Angels, the more recent one, which is a criminal because Kristen Stewart was hot as hell in it and she was really good in it, but the film was just fucking terrible. But it had bad messaging all over it. Check out Rebel Moon on Netflix. But we've done our review, Vance, earlier, and I think I mentioned that. Yeah, there's a lot of elements of Farscape in it. I think I might have been when I was talking to my mate in the PM, so I might have missed that bit in the review. But yeah, we've done a review. Don't watch the film. Watch our review instead. Shredder.
Well, the only things I can think of with regard to film and TV, I don't know if they've been covered earlier. Jonathan Majors officially fired from Marvel. After he was convicted on 2 counts of domestic battery.
Yeah,
so I think he's still awaiting sentencing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, February is when his sentence. I think it was like February 2nd or something is his sentencing, but I might be wrong on the date.
Right, but he's been officially fired from Marvel, so they'll need somebody else to play Kang. My suggestion still is they go with Key and Peele. Just alternate the two.
I like that idea, but I say we broaden it. I say we bring in Will Smith, Denzel Washington, John Boyega. Yeah, like I mean, we bring in all the black actors. Just say, dude, look, you can be replaced by anybody, Majors. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
bring in D. Jose. D. Jose can be a Kang variant.
Well, no, funnily enough,
mom voice the whole time.
Yeah, he's the Vince McMahon Kang.
Funnily enough, I was going to mention Jose. There's a reason I don't think he could be involved in it. It's the same reason he's not in the podcast tonight. He's currently on the run from law enforcement. The Slim Jim custom sports car that they were using for promotional material, it was called Fast Meat. It was stolen. So police are currently looking for Jose at this moment in time.
Yeah, he stole the Slim Jim car outside WWE headquarters stadium.
Oh, and Terry Crews. Terry Crews has got to be a Kang variant too.
Yeah. Have you seen the trailer for the American Society of Magical Negroes? It looks so crap and full of anti-white racism.
Well, I mean, we figured you would like it because it has the word Negro in it. So, I mean,
yeah, exactly.
This sounds like Scarlet Film.
Let's have a look. Let's see.
I'm curious now to watch it. Oh.
Well, I'm just having a look at some information for it. Written by Kobe Labili.
Never heard of it. Is it? Let's see. Is there a trailer?
I'm just looking to see who's producing it. If it's the fucking Daily Wire again, I don't know.
I'll be right back.
Oh no.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh no, it's actually being distributed by Focus Features, which is a subsidiary of Comcast. And Universal's also distributing it.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got the trailer here. Let me play it.
I can't wait. This is gonna be the greatest thing we've ever seen in our entire life.
I bet it has a hip hop fucking song in it. And
it's a satire of the magical Negro trope, apparently. So,
there was a magical Negro trope.
Well, yeah. Right. According to this, the premise of it, the film is a satire of the magical Negro trope. Protagonist Aaron is recruited into a magical society of African Americans to follow their lifelong cause to make the lives of white people easier. I mean, this actually sounds like a blaxploitation comedy from like back in the day.
Yeah, the thumb ratio on this is 232 thumbs up, 4.2K thumbs down. You can't see it on this browser because on my Chrome browser I've got a thing. Right, let's play the trailer.
Let's see what the trailer's like.
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons.
I know you can.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
He was in
Watching
Detective
you walk
Pikachu.
through a room full of white people was the most painful thing I've ever seen.
Excuse me.
Almost
Sorry.
like Tom
I
Hiddleston
want
in
to take you
glasses
to a
there.
job interview. There's a recruiting class starting right now, and we got to get you in it.
Welcome to the American Society of
It's Harry Potter.
Negroes.
This League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
It's easier to say. What's the most dangerous animal on
Welcome
the
to
planet?
Whack Walk.
Sharks.
White people, when they feel uncomfortable. White people feeling uncomfortable precedes a lot of bad stuff for us. That's why we fight white discomfort every day. Because the happier they are, the safer we are.
The name needs a little updating, maybe like magical black people, or I guess that doesn't have the same ring.
You ready?
Oh, wow.
Your first client is a Jason Munn. His morale is far too low.
Hey.
Hey.
Darn it. I was hoping there was a station right next to him.
Oh, is this one spoken for?
No.
Yeah, it's actually fun and weirdly relaxing. It's like being a secret agent with none of the danger.
Hey, I'm Lizzie.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
She's great.
Yeah, she's cool.
You kidding? Come on, man. She's smart and funny.
I know what you were doing going on about her. You're trying to set us up.
No, that's not what I was doing.
You cannot have a relationship with Lizzie now, because if you don't put Jason first, everyone's magic will fail.
I've always felt like it's my job to make white people feel comfortable, and here it literally is. But maybe it shouldn't be.
I got a great plan to ask her out, but I'm gonna need your help.
Do you think you could like work your magic?
Hey, is he talking about me?
Hey.
Oh my, wait, are you?
But I traveled a long way. Someone defied the society. Who was it?
You didn't let her go like I told you. If you interfere with her or your client, you could have your memory erased. You won't even remember she existed.
Even though we might never see each other again, I need you to know that what we had was real.
So they gave away the whole
see how
movie.
you gonna make it after all this.
Okay, well, my opinion on this really is that this seems like the kind of blaxploitation comedy that has been done previously in previous decades. So things like Undercover Brother or Head of State with Chris Rock, things like that.
Yeah,
it's aimed predominantly at a black audience. And I'm fine with that. Again, this is not aimed at me, so I really don't give a shit.
Me neither.
Like the love story part of it seems interesting, but having the other stuff with it, is just like a bit. Oh, okay. So again, it's more of it's yet another film where it's you're boxing black actors and black creation into the fucking the race issue again. For me, it's just like I just want to see shit that is just about other stuff. I know. I mean, that's difficult to say that because it is literally the shit they go for every day is part of daily life and all of that. But if that was just a love story thing, I'd be very interested in seeing that. The other stuff doesn't appeal to me as much, but I hope it finds a good audience with the people that it is targeted for, because the premise is interesting. Like, you know, yeah.
I think I would definitely watch that, and I think that it's.
Oh, I'm gonna watch it for
kind
sure.
Of
yeah,
interesting to, if you compare how in real life they definitely do have to make people feel comfortable, or shit could happen. Just like I've had to make men feel comfortable. I'll give you an example. If a guy came up to me in a bar and bought me a drink, I would always have to tell them, listen, I'm not interested right up front, but you don't have to leave right away, because if you do, your boys will get, on you about it. Oh, you were shot down. So I will talk to you for 5 minutes and I'll buy you a drink back, because I knew that I had to make them feel still okay about their masculinity and that I didn't owe them anything. So,
well, but I also think it's nice though that you reciprocate by buying them a drink back, saying, look, we are on even terms. I'm not interested, but like, I will buy you a drink back, instead of just flat out refusing and saying, get lost.
Yeah. And that's just a tame example. There are more extreme examples where it's more dangerous if I don't. This is just more being polite.
I was going to say that. Yeah.
And I agree. Like, yeah, because guys can get butthurt about that and then they become douchebags. And I 100% get that. But so if a lady did that to me, that's what I'd be like. I'd be like, oh, well, okay, thank you. Like, I appreciate the conversation and the drink back. And then, yeah, like I would consider that to be very, very, I don't know. But...
And it's being human, but you don't have to worry about going to your car later that night and her jumping you because he felt like he had some right to you. But
yeah,
I think it's kind of ironic that this film is showing that part of the life while introducing it in a comedic, more digestible way, so that white people can also accept it. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's kind of an irony there.
There's comedy shows that have done that for years. I mean, Chris Rock has done sketches where he has done pretty much the same premise. Dave Chappelle has done sketches with pretty much the same premise, about with the black experience, but exaggerating it and about how, their goal is about making white people more comfortable, things like that. Again,
yeah.
Look,
but even stand-up comedians do that as well, and
yeah.
It's always talking about the same race things all the time, and that's because
it's their lived experience.
Just comfortable about.
Yeah, but again, it's their lived experience, and they're just they exaggerate a little bit for comedic purposes. And this is what this movie feels like. Again, this feels like it's kind of along the vein of something like.
All right, guys, I'll get to you.
Again, Chris Rock in Head of State, or the Eddie Griffin in Undercover Brother. So look, again, it's not for me, but so what?
Well,
I'll
maybe
get to
some other people
Hang
need
on,
to see it.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just get to Gaz and then let everyone else see out. It's all right.
So the magical Negro trope is something that is in cinema and has been for a while. So I mean, like, I could start by going like the Green Mile, was it Bag of Vance or what it was, stuff like that, where it was always a black person solving a white man's problem, and that's a sort of trope, and it's been a trope in Hollywood for a while. So I get the fact that they're parodying that, But I'm also liking the fact that, you know, he's trying to solve a white man's problem, but he's there going, well, I'm in love with this person. And I think that's going to be the...
That's the part I like.
He's not trying to solve the white man's problem. He's trying to solve their own problem. That is that white people are uncomfortable around them. So they have to go out of their way to behave a certain way and to approach them gently instead of being authentic and saying no when no is appropriate, or saying you're wrong when the person's wrong. Because if they don't do it softly, they can suffer huge consequences. And yeah, it's been done before, but until it's done maybe enough for some people are out there that still need to see it or hear it. And even all that aside, I think it looks like a good movie.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, fair enough. That's fair.
Like I said, I get the. My feeling is like it's not for me, but I'm not going to share it because of that.
Rick B, they did call black people animals. It's what was that film that came out in the 1920s?
Birth of a Nation.
It was his favorite, Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a Nation, and insert God knows how many cartoons and all of that. So they're just getting a taste of their own fucking medicine. That's all it is. And you know, it's true. What is the most dangerous animal on the planet? An uncomfortable white man. It's fucking true. You know, just look at the shit that's going on. And anyway, we went for it earlier. I'm not gonna fucking repeat myself.
Yeah. There's also the story. I don't know if you guys have covered it at any point. Vin Diesel has been accused of sexual assault. He's being sued about this.
Wow, I did not hear about this yet.
Yeah, production
back in 2010.
An assistant who is going back to 2010. It was when he was working on Fast 5. He is alleged to have sexually assaulted this assistant, and then after she refused his advances, she was fired several hours later. That's what she's alleging in a lawsuit. He denies everything, so it'll be interesting to see if this actually ever does make it to court.
And without saying whether it happened, yes or no, but in an example where something like that does happen, that's just kind of what I was talking about earlier. You even have to be so careful on how you turn a person down, because you could lose your job.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to say, yes, he did it, or no, he didn't. Again, this is going to be a case of wait and see.
I was about to say,
and I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm just saying,
yeah,
this is a lovely example.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Jonathan Majors. It's like everyone in the beginning was like, no, that doesn't seem right. And then as more and more details came out, we all kind of started to see the douchebaggery, and we were all like, oh,
oh, he's a prick.
Yeah, because I remember thinking very favorably of him, thinking, no, that can't be right, can it? Like, he's, I haven't heard anything bad about him. And then more and more details came out, and then so you never know. I mean, wait till the stuff comes out about Ginger Greek that I have coming out here pretty soon. I mean, he abused me.
Stuff. I'm Teflon, baby. Nothing ends my career. I have my Afro-Caribbean Society card that I can pull out anytime. That gave me a lifetime pass of being able to say whatever the fuck I want. Okay.
And earlier when I told you about my thing at the bar, I'm glad that I can't read names and I forgot. I'm glad that you one of you American. Sorry, I can't remember.
Oh, that is right. No.
But isn't it a great idea? Isn't it a good system? I thought that was a really decent way to, be a good human being to another person and not discourage them from, trying it on someone else and meeting new people and maybe finding that person.
Yeah, as I said, it's a very good way of doing it. I never thought of it that way, but it is.
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, now if the guy gets all butthurt and then starts to be shitty, then yeah, you just drop him on his ass. I know what you're saying, but it's like You know, like, no, that is a decent thing to do. And I would respect the hell out of a woman for doing that. If I approached her and she's like, look, I'm not interested, but let me talk to you for a minute and buy you a drink, you know, and then when we're done with our drinks, we part ways.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would respect that, but I know most men do not take well to that, because a lot of men are just, especially ones that are out bar hopping all the time, they're just fucking assholes.
Yeah.
So I know where you have to be careful about something like that as well.
Mm-hmm. Not that I bar hop anymore.
Does anyone speak to me? So I speak to him outside. He had me up against the wall, arm, throat, reach down. Oh, you reach down, twist his man bits. Lovely.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I think just in general, you should be pleasant with people unless they give you a reason not to be. That's what I think.
Well, you've got to teach people about boundaries, and a lot of people aren't taught about boundaries early on to understand about your personal space and things like that. Like, I'm always somebody. I've always had a real issue, like with. I don't like my personal space being invaded. I'm not very affectionate and all this kind of shit, and so I don't like when people kind of, you know, come in on that, and it's just like. Not in a relationship's fine, that's different, you know, but just like with people in general, you know, Greeks are like very overly affectionate and all this kind of stuff, and I'm just like, I don't like that. You want to do that with other people, that's fine, but please respect the fact I don't want to be touched.
Right.
Ginger's a hugger from behind.
That's right. I'll peg you, but I won't hug you, you know.
But
he always spooned me after the third date, and it was a long hard spoon.
You loved our spooning, yeah, you loved it.
Guys, I just want to reinforce that. Repeat what you said before. Ginger Greek said something.
That you should be nice to people unless they give you a reason not to be. That's all I said.
Okay, the reason not to be part. I totally agree. You should be like that with everyone, but as a woman, you actually have to forecast that no matter how nice they're being to you now, there's still a possibility that depending on how you act with them, even if it's in defense of your own personal space, which you're entitled to, you might face consequences later that are very dangerous. You've no idea. You might have some idea, guys, and because you're intellectual enough to see and hear. But God, if you have to live the way some women and the majority of women have had to live and think these things through, you'd be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, I did. I asked all my female friends on social media. I said, "How many times have you just been yelled at and abused just for kindly letting someone down or rejecting them?" Every single one from all age groups. Everyone single said, "I've had my life threatened." You know, they one person had it so bad they ended up with just from one fucking encounter, and they were at their front doorstep of their house. So it is, you have to, like, again, it's a different fucking level for women. The amount of eggshells they have to tread on to just not be murdered for wanting their own personal space.
Yeah.
And that's something that people really need to understand. Like, it is really bad. Like in this country, you know, in the UK as well, like it's assault on women has fucking skyrocketed, and it's just, yeah, it's not about wishful thinking of oh, hey, everyone should be nice, all that. You have to nip it in the bud early on.
No.
You have to teach them from a young age.
And,
you know,
and I was also going to say,
and it's not always going to work.
How often have women had to use the excuse, "I have a boyfriend," as if I'm previously owned? You can't interfere because another guy is the one your toes you're stepping on. Doesn't matter what my feelings are about it. I've got a boyfriend, so
exactly,
it's crazy. All these
little things. Someone says, "Hello, can I buy you a drink?" You say, "No, thank you," and the response is, "There's no need to be bitchy about it." Exactly.
The other thing I would say is a good contrast is the fact if the rest of us go out somewhere and a woman was to just come up and start talking to any of us, we don't have to, have it in the back of our mind is this person not going to take no for an answer?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But what I would say though is, as a single bloke, this has happened to me recently. Right, I've been ghosted by quite a few women for just being nice, for just being a noble human being.
Then you don't want them.
No. This is the thing that pisses me off. It's like, right, I understand some guys are dill holes, right? I accept that to women, and I totally accept, as the group was just saying, that there are men out there that are total abusive assholes. But most of us don't think like that. You know, most of us actually treat people with respect. Rejected people.
You're going to get ghosted. You're going to get ghosted, mate. That happens. Look, I've never like, you know, you know, with people that say I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy because I don't like my space being invaded, so I'm not going to invade your space.
Correct.
But I've also been rejected loads of times. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. You know,
it's part
and parcel of life. The point of the matter is, you deal with the frustrations of that in your own way. You don't lash out at them because they don't know you. They don't owe you a fucking thing. You know, you just deal with it in your own. Be a big boy. Go home. Have a wank. Have a cry, and get on with it.
In that order.
In that order, yeah. Or
Or
wank and cry.
together.
I said to cry afterwards. I said to cry after, Mike.
And it's not the 9 out of 10 great guys we're worried about. It's not people like you that we're worried about, but it's that 1%. You know,
it's more than 1%. Like
I was being kind.
Yeah, don't be kind. Like it's like probably at best 50. Like if you're in a bar of like 100 people, at best there's 50 guys in there. Well, 50% of the guys in there would, you know, basically take rejection wrong, and that's being generous.
Yeah.
But the good thing about having me in your group is that my dancing is so awesome that I draw all the attention away for both men and women, and therefore, as a hot chick, you can enjoy your drink comfortable knowing I'm making a complete fucking ass of myself on the dance floor and everyone's filming that. So
that's not true.
I put in contributors chat though the fact that, you know, look, ghosting can actually be funny.
You can.
Oh yeah, oh fuck yeah. Oh god, yeah. Like if you're doing it on purpose, of course. But it's not nice. But yeah, you know.
Well, the reaction to it, I've put a clip of it in group chat where, you know, ghosting can be genuinely funny.
Let me have a look.
And guys, if someone
I can't play this because it's Paramount and they don't take kindly to clips of theirs being used.
Yeah.
Hell no, man.
Guys,
but
if
you get the chance,
someone's gonna ghost you, if someone's gonna ghost you, you don't want to be with that kind of person anyway.
Yeah.
So count yourself lucky. They saved you time and energy, money, whatever.
I try to ghost Zam all the time, and he just keeps coming back and creating new chats.
That guy doesn't know boundaries.
The clip, by the way, I was going to suggest that people check out, by the way, is from the new seasons of Beavis and Butthead, and they actually watched the show on MTV, Ghosted, Love Gone Missing, and Beavis has the most epic reaction ever.
I'm going to watch the clip, by the way, after we're done.
Because the guy ghosted a woman because he felt she was a sex addict. She wanted to fuck non-stop. So, of course, Beavis, you know, just lost his mind at this.
Oh, mate.
So you want to fuck multiple times a day? I don't know what multiple is, but it's better than zero.
Oh, brilliant. Hey, Rick, mate, if my legs get better, we'll fucking go clubbing. And it's clubbing baby seals, you mean, right?
Yeah. Well,
I love a good clubbing session. You know, I used to love going clubbing all the fucking time.
Well, Gigi, when we could arrange it, I'd love to go clubbing with you because I missed out on that opportunity when we were in bloody Liverpool and I played something.
Listen, when you lot were in the hotel room doing Blog TV, me and Casey were out clubbing. You know, we were out fucking largely because I didn't come to Liverpool to do bloody live streams. I came to meet you people and experience Liverpool. And
I was there.
yeah, you were there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. And but yeah, me and Casey were like, "No, fucking go," because I knew her before I knew any of you lot, because from MySpace.
It's coming up at like
20 years
like
now?
2:30 in the morning here, so I think at some point we should maybe consider wrapping the stream up.
Yeah, that's fine. We can wrap it up now.
Yeah, I'll save the politics stuff. I think I might actually post tomorrow night or something. You know, I might actually start doing like a roundup of the week's events, because I really want to talk about the whole thing with Brianna J. The fact her murderers, you know, were found guilty. They're gonna be sentenced in February, and their anonymity is going to be lifted. That's a big story. We've also had some fun
night if you want.
I mean, we've also had some funny stuff like Lee Anderson. You know, got prank. Well, there was a prank call on LBC. Somebody pretending to be Lee Anderson's son, and everybody fucking bought it.
Oh, brilliant!
But I'll fly quickly through the wrestling stories.
Okay.
So Charlotte Flair is out injured with a knee injury, so she's not only missing WrestleMania, she's out until October.
Yeah, she's out for 9 months. She's fucked.
Yeah, her knee
injury
was
knee.
No, it's a legitimate knee injury.
ACL,
She's
UCLA,
having to undergo
everything.
surgery. She'll have to undergo surgery.
I was poking fun because of the 9 months.
But she
injury.
Yeah, but no, it's going to be she's out until at least October, according to reports. The WWE has signed Finley's son Brogan to a developmental deal.
That's good.
And they've also signed
generation, isn't it?
I think so, possibly.
Oh yeah, the Finleys have been around for ages.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah,
and they've also signed Bayley and Rey Mysterio to long-term deals.
Awesome.
So they're going to be around for a while. Also, this is one I'd like your guys' opinion on, but I think this is actually WWE doing something right. And I think I want to give credit to AEW for this, because I think they've set the bar on what to do when a wrestler's passed away. WWE has officially put Bray Wyatt on a Legends contract. And what this means is that they're going to be releasing new merchandise for Bray Wyatt, and the proceeds will benefit his family.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. I love that.
Because we all praised how Tony Khan handled the death of Brody Lee.
Yeah.
And the fact that, you know, he put Brody Lee's son on a contract, and it's actually a legitimate contract. Once Brody Lee's son turns 18, he will be allowed to wrestle for AEW, should he decide that he wants to pursue it as a career.
Yeah. I love that idea. I think that's fantastic.
Again, kudos to WWE for this, but again, putting Bray Wyatt in a Legends contract with the proceeds to benefit his family, I can't knock them for that at all.
Yeah. No, it's awesome.
Do you think that's more of like a Triple H change, or you said you credited AEW? Is that something AEW did? Or
AEW had kind of set the standard for what to do when a wrestler has passed away who was an active member of your roster. Because Brody Lee was a very high profile and active member of the roster. He got sick, he disappeared from television, and then we subsequently found out that he passed away from a lung condition.
Yeah.
And the way AEW handled his passing was superbly done. Again, none of this shit got leaked out to the internet. They took care of the family. They took care of Brody Lee's medical bills. You know, and I think they set the standard for what to do when an incident like this happens.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do. You know, you don't want to end up with an Owen Hart situation.
Yeah.
Anything like that. So yeah, fantastic. Kudos to them.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's great. I would highly encourage anybody to go and buy a Bray Wyatt shirt when they bring the next batch out.
Oh, I'll get the figures. I always buy the Bray Wyatt action figures. He's very toyetic, so I always get. I love collecting my wrestling figures. They're awesome. The Mattel ones, anyway.
We can definitely confirm that because next week is when AEW is going to have their big Samoa Joe versus MJF world title match. We can definitely confirm the Devil is not Sami Callihan. He's signed with MLW, and he's going to be working there as a producer as well as a wrestler.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. MLW has also announced that they're booking Matt Riddle.
I saw that. So I think somebody posted that. I saw that. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Woof.
AEW has got a couple of people out injured with infections. So CG Perry, formerly known as Lana, she was out. She had to actually get surgery because she had an infection in her finger.
It was a splinter that got infected.
It was a splinter that she got. It got into her finger backstage at an event, and it got infected to the point she has actually had to go to the hospital and have surgery on her finger.
Did she end up with sepsis?
Yeah, I think so. It's again the finger wound up almost turning black.
Yeah,
because that's what it's like
sepsis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have muted, Christine.
Christine, you're muted, Christine. We can't hear you.
Sorry, sepsis is when it moves to your blood, and that's life-threatening.
Yeah. That's what happened. That's why she had to go to surgery.
But she's not the only one who's been hospitalized. Kenny Omega, who we get news was out last week, it's been confirmed he has diverticulitis. So he's got the exact same condition Brock Lesnar had. Now, they're very lucky they caught it when they did. Reportedly, Omega was in a state where it was like a 50-50 chance whether or not he'd actually die.
Didn't he collapse at some point? And that's what ended up him.
He was working through the pain. So he was working through the pain of it, and he thought it was another case of he had another hernia.
Yeah,
because he'd had one of those that put him out for several months, and he thought this is another flare up. And no, it turned out the pain got so much. So he worked. I think it was the December 13th taping, and December 15th, the pain had got so bad that he actually had to go and go to the hospital and get himself checked out. And they admitted him immediately once they realized this is diverticulitis. So
any kick to the gut that could have been the end of him.
He's undergoing treatment. So he's currently undergoing treatment. I don't think he's gone through the surgery yet, but he's undergoing treatment, obviously, to treat the infection that's caused.
Yeah.
Now, there is a bit of a controversy with regard to Kenny Omega and this diagnosis in particular. The AEW game Fight Forever, Brock Lesnar's finisher, the F5, in that game is called diverticulitis.
Wow, that's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Shitty.
Now, a lot of people have been blaming Kenny Omega for this because he was a producer in the game. He said he didn't realize that the move was actually even in the game, and he certainly didn't name it. And I tend to actually believe him on that one. I think what's happened is somebody has listened to the commentary of Excalibur, because Excalibur has called that move deep sea diverticulitis. Not just on the independent circuit, but he's done it on AEW's television program.
Right. Okay.
There's a clip. There's a clip. If you go and find it, there's a clip. It's Brian Cage versus Will Hobbs from AEW Dynamite, and Brian Cage hits an F5, and you immediately hear Excalibur call it. He calls it deep sea diverticulitis.
That's fucking stupid. Why the hell would he do that?
I have no idea at all. But
that's like calling a move. Oh, here comes the breast cancer.
Yeah, but again, he's previously put out a tweet even saying, look, his proudest achievement. He was probably joking at the time, but he says his proudest achievement is the fact that he has got he's called the F5 deep sea diverticulitis, and he hopes it catches on like the Helluva Kick did.
Jesus Christ, twat. Fight Forever is not a good game, Rick B. It's not a bad game, but it's not a good game either.
Yeah. I mean, I hope somebody at AEW is going to have a word with Excalibur about this, because, just so that he doesn't ever call it that move again, that name again. I mean, why would you name that move diverticulitis when diverticulitis nearly fucking killed Brock Lesnar? He was
just trying to be an edgelord. Just trying to be an edgelord, you know what I mean? That's why he wears a mask as well, because he's probably just got a punchable face. Fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, he's done other stupid shit too. I mean, like PWG at one point, he acted as if he had been, hit in the head so hard that he became mentally retarded. I mean, he had somebody come. He had somebody push him out in a wheelchair, and act like, again, somebody who, was
Donald
severely
Trump.
disabled. No,
like Donald Trump did at that rally. Like,
yes, where he said, "I don't remember," that kind of thing.
Yeah.
He was acting like that in a wheelchair. Again, like he was severely like again, you see some severely mentally handicapped people behaving in a wheelchair. And again, this is not surprising, but at the same time, I would have thought at some point AEW should be issuing an apology for that. They should definitely be having words with Excalibur about not calling it that move again. Patch the fucking name out of the game. I mean, Matt Morgan.
I'm sure they will now that Kenny Omega's affected.
I know they can't call it the F5, but Matt Morgan used to call it the Cyclone when he did it. Call it that.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how I knew it as the Cyclone.
No, they could just call it the DNA of TNA.
Yeah. Yeah, the DNA of TNA, Matt Morgan.
Yeah, but I mean, it's unfortunate Kenny Omega caught all this flack for it because, look, I'm no fan of Kenny Omega, but he didn't deserve it.
No.
I mean, at least until they prove it that that he's responsible.
Well, again, everybody's jumped to the conclusion because he was a producer on the game that this was his decision. But no, he had nothing to do with the naming of the move.
Yeah.
As far as he was concerned, he didn't even know this was in the Create a Wrestler option.
Like most producers shouldn't, because like we were talking earlier, Ginger, they're not in charge of the writing and the artistic portion. They're there for being the what did you call them?
Accountants. They're the accountants. But in this instance, he was a producer just to kind of give a wrestling point of view into the creative process, which Yux Pacific don't fucking need. They have a 25-year history of making wrestling games. So they don't need anyone's real input in there. They could have put a donkey in there, and the game, just with the budget they had, just was gonna not come out.
So
great.
They shouldn't even have called him a producer, more like an advisor of some sort.
Yeah, they just put him in that position to give him money for it, and he was criticized the entire time because the game was constantly being delayed and there was a lot of issues. But
extremely over budget.
Yeah, it went over budget and all this kind of shit. So he's a useless prick. He's a mediocre, he's a good acrobat, but in terms of wrestling, he's a fucking joke. He can't cut a promo to save his life. Can't do business to save his life. Can't fucking stand the guy. Sucks that he's ill. I don't want anyone to.
Yeah, look, as much as we slate him for his wrestling, again, I hope eventually comes out with a clean bill of health.
Yeah, we'll want to see him back on his feet and all that, but other than that, fuck the guy. So there was no surprise that things went out of control. But Yux Pacific aren't the same company they once were. All their best creatives left because 2K, who used to own the company, were fucking useless. They treated them like shit and they underpaid them, so they all left. And so the company that Yux became under 2K, and then they were all kicked off and lost their contracts, is a shell of a former company. It's like what Blizzard is, you know what I mean? It's just a name only. So yeah, that game was destined to be fucked the minute they signed them on. But yeah, cool. All right then. On that note, so tomorrow we have 2 videos actually coming out. We have the American Taste British Food video, and then later I've got the top 10 best Christmas episodes / TV specials going out, and I will I have to say, watch the video. If you don't want to watch the whole thing, fast forward to when William comes in, because I work my editing magic in this. I work my editing magic. I make it seamless. I don't, but still, just watch it for that part, because me and William had to film his part separately. And then I just so as you see here how the box windows are, yeah, you just go and watch it. I don't want to spoil anything. And then Christmas Eve we have top 10 best Christmas films, and Christmas Day to make everyone cheerful and happy. We've got top 10 worst Christmas films coming out. But in the meantime, if anyone wants to go live again tomorrow, we call it the boredom stream. That's fine. I'm around. Let me know. If not, enjoy your holidays. If we don't see you before that, have a lovely Christmas. And yeah, thank you to all my hosts for joining me. And we will see you whenever. Who gives a fuck? Bye.
Bye.